Good morning, everyone. So we started coming, but I will start. We have very packed agenda for today. So welcome everyone for the Smart Readiness Indicator joint event. So we have a full day for you today to talk about the SRI and smart readings in general. And as we know, it's quite a particular day because it's a joint organization with the morning session with the SRI platform fourth plenary meeting, so organized by the European Commission, DGNR, and the SINEA agency. And the whole event was co-organized with the Smart Squared project, which is a live project. And this project organized in particular the afternoon session and also an SRI project exhibition. So for the in-person participants, you will have the chance to discover this exhibition at the break this morning. So welcome everyone again. And again, we have a very packed agenda, so we will start right away with the morning session. And so this morning we have for you the fourth edition of the SRI platform plenary meeting. So welcome everyone. I'm Régis Letorme from R2M and I'm part of the SRI support team. And on this slide, this is the SRI support team. So it's for my Vito, Wade, Energy Efficiency Europe, R2M, and Trinomics. We work quite hard together with Brigitte Jacquemont from DGNR, Sylvain Robert from SINEA, and all the SRI support team to organize this day and this morning session in particular. And we would like to thank everyone because it's already a success. We have more than 380 participants, so around 100 who are in person with us today in Brussels, and in fact, close to 300 connected online with us today. Thanks everyone. Simply to inform you that this meeting is recorded. And also there is for the online participants, you have the opportunity to ask questions. So for that, use the chat, because again, we are so many connected that it will be easier for us. And we will try to answer as much as possible all of the questions. So those online, we will try to answer through the chat. And of course, for those with us in Brussels, feel free as well to ask questions. You will see that in the agenda, we have many slots for the Q&A. That's the overview of the agenda of this morning. So we will start with a policy update by Stéphane, then from the European Commission, DGNR. Then we will have Agnieszka from the SINEA agency, who will give some highlights from the live CET program in energy transition. Then we will have a presentation of the SRI support team to introduce the new team and all the activities which are ongoing. We will follow by an overview of the member states phase, so the official SRI test phase conducted by the member states. We will have then at 10 quite a long break, but it's the opportunity really to open this SRI project exhibition, and it's Paris. Okay, yes, we're going to officially open this exhibition. So for those with us in Brussels, so we're 1 hour break. And then we will continue with testimonials from 2 member states, so Spain and Germany, who are going to present their test phase and how it's going on. And to conclude, we will have Sylvain Robert from SINEA, who is going to present the activities of the cluster of live projects. And finally, Brigitte is going to provide some closing remarks for this morning session. So as you can see, very dense agenda. And again, we are really looking forward to it. So it's my pleasure now to give the floor to Stéphane to give us a policy update. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Régis. Good morning to all of you. I'm very happy to be here and welcome you, both in the room but also online. It's a very important event for us from the buildings policy, but also implementation of the EPBD side, because without efficient, powerful data handling, real-time interoperability, making sure buildings can respond to signals from the broad energy system and also receive signals and react accordingly is absolutely essential. I would say quintessential for successful, I would say decarbonization more broadly, but also from a policy point of view, political point of view, also compliance with our targets agreed for 2030 and 2050 full decarbonization. Without that, it will not work if we continue the old way. So this is absolutely quintessential work which is going on in 11 member states, and we are extremely grateful to colleagues from CINEA, but also our consultants and the consultants working on this together with you on the live projects, but also on the test phases in the member states. This is pioneering work, and will hopefully then be possible to replicate, to expand, to multiply in the other member states, but also in those member states which do the test phases, because of course it's not across the entire territory that is taking place. We're testing in certain aspects and bring together the knowledge, and then hopefully can be expanded. So it's really impressive work and absolutely important and quintessential work. We from our team with Brigitte leading on this together with you, with Agnieszka from CINEA, the team, and Paul Sylvain and Regis and the consultants team. Next week we'll see then basically the hopefully conclusion of this file in the European Parliament, with a plenary vote expected for Tuesday and the debate on Monday for the EPBD, which is to some extent the legal basis for all this work. We have the 2018 version of the EPBD having launched significantly, also the delegated act and implementing act, the legislative framework for launching the test phases and the pioneering work on the SRI. Now we are trying to consolidate, further strengthen through the EPBD and expand the concept. And that will hopefully take place in the European Parliament next week. The Council is then expected at the political level, ministerial level, in April. So after that, it would then be existing legislation to be implemented, to be transposed in the member states within 2 years, and then it would somehow drive forward further this policy. The core elements, I would say, are of course to double at least the renovation rates. As you know, full decarbonization of the buildings by 2050 with the government's framework, which hopefully will bring everyone on a pathway which is realistic, but at the same time also ambitious and serves the interests of everyone. So we don't want to overburden anyone. Make sure that there's a full common understanding of a reference framework between all the stakeholders and also the public authorities, companies, installers, those producing industry, financial institutions. That's extremely important that there's a common understanding how to invest and then also in what to invest on. And I think there the SRI comes in again, and also our products policy with more interoperability and I would say intelligent systems which can interact. So the building no longer as an isolated, I would say, recipient of energy coming in, and but rather constantly in communication and interacting with each other also in the neighborhood and across the sectors like mobility, for instance. So this is, I would say, the most important aspect in this regard. There needs to be strong support, and that is also included in the EPBD, on information that I think should also include then smartness, intelligent buildings for citizens, but also companies. What actually are the solutions which are needed? And of course, financing, both from the EU, but also member state side, and from the private sector, to be combined in an efficient manner, and overall support framework. So easy access, one-stop shops, very easy to access. That's important. So no big bureaucracy, and also on-site support. That's what we have in mind. As I mentioned already, products policy. So we are also working together with the JRC. Also, thanks a lot to the JRC team on a code of conduct on interoperable energy smart appliances. And that is also in the finishing phases. That is to be seen in the broader context of demand response flexibility. So we have achieved a lot already in the existing EU legislation, but also with the very new additions from the recent legislative procedures. and negotiations. So that's to be further strengthened. System integration is absolutely key across all sectors. So there will have to be also further work in the future on the Commission side with the stakeholders, with the member states, to implement this, but also to see whether there are any remaining open points which have to be improved. So but smart appliances are absolutely essential in that regard, which can unlock the potential basically for demand response between the different appliances in the building, but also the building itself as a system and the building and the broader energy system. And that requires at least a minimum level for everyone, basically, at least for the major buildings, to be successful. And that's basically what the code of conduct is going to achieve, and we hope we will achieve. Of course, voluntary, but at least it provides a reference framework, a framework of orientation, and what basically is the expected line of travel or the pathway to move forward. And there will be a first version which focuses on the white goods and heating, so ventilation and air conditioning. That was developed in cooperation, very close cooperation with the sector. So it's not just flying down from Brussels on everyone and everyone will be happy, but it's basically a common work, cooperation between industry, research, and the policy side in the Commission. And that should foster market conversions towards interoperable solutions. So bring that on the radar screen as a very important feature to think about in the design and in the handling of products. So that's I would like to just say before thanking you again for the extremely smooth cooperation with Sinea on the LIFE project and the consultants and as I said also the JRC as regards the prices and all of you in the stakeholder community, member states in the first place, but companies, research bodies for all the work done on the test phases in the member state. Requires a lot of initiatives, a lot of, I would say, energy to put in, overcoming some barriers and obstacles. But once it's running, then hopefully it will lead to very successful and fruitful outcomes and be also very rewarding and motivating to make progress in this important area. With that, I would like to hand over to Agnieszka from Sinea, and thank you very much again for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. So as I was already presented, Agnieszka Romanowicz, I'm working at the Sinea, which is one of the executive agencies which is implementing in terms of the granting and financial side of all the grants that we have in different programs. As Stefan was saying, this type of meetings are really important because this is a way of exchanging information between the stakeholders, between the member states and the policymakers, in this case, Stefan and all the other team which is here. So I would like to first thank everyone who is participating in this meeting, who has organized this meeting, because it's really important for us to meet face to face. I think we are all missing this still. It's nice to have hybrid meetings, but I think the couloir and the discussions that we have around the coffee is equally important to bring a lot of the topics forward. As I was saying, Stefan and myself, we are working with the Sinea Executive Agency. One of the programs that Sinea is having, it's the LIFE program. I don't know how much you're really familiar with it, because for you, maybe it's only since this MFF, so since 21 that you are hearing about LIFE program, but it's a unique program of the Commission. We have it since 32 years. It was created for the environment, later climate, and now energy efficiency as the fourth or the third element of the policy program that we are funding from the LIFE program. It's a unique program because it is at the middle of the TRL. So it's not research, it's not really close to where things are happening, but it's everything in between that we are trying to develop. For someone new, it might be a bit confusing when you see LIFE program because there are a lot of different elements, there are a lot of opportunities, but for us, we have different elements for certain reasons, sometimes historical, but sometimes because we see that they are working in different sub-programs. So as I said, we have the nature and biodiversity, circular economy, and quality of life, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and as of 21, the clean energy transition. The elements of energy efficiency are also in the other sub-programs, so if you haven't looked at them, please do so, because we are trying to bring some of the topics from one sub-program to the other. There's no overlap, but there are some elements across different parts. I don't know if it's working. It doesn't. I think it doesn't. But just to go to the next slide, if we can, that would be nice. I think it doesn't work this remote. So the clean energy transition program is not new as such because it existed before in the Intelligent Energy Europe and in the Horizon 2020 energy efficiency part. So you're familiar probably with the previous or with the past that we had within the different programs. And as you know, we have a budget of around 1 billion euros, which we spend as agency around 100 million every year for different grants. In the clean energy transition sub-program, it's usually the CSA. Sometimes we have a bit different opportunities, but they're really scarce. But this is really CSAs, large projects, many partners. I will just mention that the other sub-programs, when you have the energy elements, you can be a single beneficiary. You don't have to have a big consortium. So that might be sometimes interesting. I'm just saying this to encourage you to look into other opportunities which exist under the program. I think I'll go to the next slide if we can. So how the LIFE program is structured, we have multi-annual work program, and we are currently at the end of the one that was established for the first part of the programming period. We have slight different, as I said, because of CSAs, the whole structure, and also because of the historical reasons coming from Horizon 2020. So we do have specific areas that we are trying to concentrate in each single program, and you have here the major areas of work that we are doing under the set part of the LIFE program. We have topics, which is a bit different than in other sub-programs. They are very specific. We have 13 funding topics in the 23 call, and we have, as I said, 100 million euros. In the other part of the sub-programs, it's bottom-up, so you don't have topics, you can really propose something. So it's also maybe interesting for you because it's a bit open. In the following slide, I think we will have something went wrong with that slide. I need to see it. So basically, under the topic of the SRI, we have 7 projects for which we provided 40 million euros. And as you know, whenever we are developing the annual work program, the annual topics, we're always trying to create synergies between, and we are trying to look for the gaps that they exist. So throughout the years that we have provided funding under this topic, we have created an ecosystem of projects that can help, that can support the policy development, and can help also the exchange between the member states. So this is what we are trying to do. We have the projects here and the acronyms. I will not put this in here. I don't know if you can try another. No, okay, because I thought that the slide would come out maybe, but it does. So what I would say is enjoy the day, have a good discussion, have a look at the website of SINEA and of the programming that we have for the upcoming call. So the 24 call will be published on the 18th of April. The closing will be in September, and then we'll be evaluating again. We just finished the evaluation of the previous call, and we see we're very happy for finishing and starting the new one. And as I said, I don't know if the letters were out. So if you applied, the letters were either out in the last days or they will be out in the coming days because of the cycle that we have. We just closed and we are informing solely the beneficiaries. So I hope if you applied, you're successful. If not, there is another opportunity that will open on the 18th of April. We will have info day at the end of April as well. So I think 22, 23, 25, but I don't remember on which day is the set. 25th. So on the 25th, there will be the dedicated day for the set team, for the set sub-program. For the other sub-programs, we have different dates so that people can really follow different parts of the program and learn what is coming up in the next year. The multi-annual work program for the final years of the current MFF, so the current programming period, will be probably published at the end of this year, beginning of next year. But if you are representing member states here in the room or online, we are starting the discussion with the member states on the final years and the final program and what will be included in the next 2 or 3 years of the life program. So thank you very much and enjoy the.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka. Thank you very much, Stefan. It's a great introduction for this day, for this SRI day. But I don't think we have questions online yet. Do we have questions in the room? Because it's our first opportunity for questions. Not yet, so now it starts. Perhaps I have one for you, Agnieszka. So you mentioned the 2024 course, which are upcoming. Do we have anything specific related to the SRI?
Well, I'm not at the liberty to say anything. It's been going to the 18th of April. We have not presented them to the member states, so you're more or less in the same boat as the member states, which are kind of still waiting for the final text of the order.
That's patience then. Any other question? Yeah.
Yes, one question related to the APPD, maybe for Stefan. So my understanding is that we will have the new APPD, let's say, published by June, something like that. And then, if I'm not mistaken, 1 more year for member states to transpose it officially, but something more specific for the SRI. Because there are many different, let's say, drafts around, maybe if we can have something more official from you, Stefan, or your colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. So usually the transposition is 2 years. Also in this case, what we try to do is to expand, to make it possibly also mandatory to larger buildings and basically deploy it more widely. So basically building on the very important insights from the test phases, to do an evaluation, basically also lessons learned, and bring forward then updated delegated implementing acts. So we have already two, one delegated, one implementing act. So that's the legal framework. So this will be revised, drawing on the lessons from the test phases and make it more largely applied. So by expanding to the most important buildings, at least as a default, basically. So, and of course, everyone else is also encouraged to apply it. So I think that's the plan. But there will be, I would say, then a dedicated specific legislative process in the next 3 years. So around 2027 to consult and draw the lessons, and based on that, make value proposals basically for how we improve our current framework.
Thanks.
So I think, but these dates, of course, don't mean that we just wait until then. We try to get as far as possible to make the lessons as meaningful as possible for everyone, so that we will be in a position to really make it much better, more comprehensive in that revision. So where you, of course, will all be consulted and we'd be very grateful for input from all of you in that as well. But as said, this will take a few years of further work.
Maybe Stéphane, another question for you, Philippe Baudet from Capgemini. You mentioned the energies, smart appliance code of conduct. You mentioned the energy smart appliance code of conduct and the role for the flexibility. How do you see the existence of this code of conduct? And today the building has automatic electric system, energy management system. How do you see the consistency of this, all these initiatives?
I think you mentioned a very important point, consistency. I think there are various aspects, even in the current acquis, internal market legislation, buildings directive, products legislation, that these strings are seen together. So I think that I would not be able to say is already perfect today. It's not. It will have to be further elaborated, and the code of conduct is a first step to at least bring bring interoperability on the first level of attention, so that it's important to think about and what are the principles. I think there will be lots of questions then how to do it precisely and to expand it also beyond white goods and heating, cooling, and ventilation to all products, but also then between the building and the broader system. And there, I think smart data handling, the SRI, come in. We will in the future have an energy system which handles a significant, much more significant volumes of data in real time, of course, subject to data protection. So there will be discussions how to organize this, and basically then have an optimization between what the buildings can do, what the grids need to do, interconnection with mobility, which is often in the building or next to the building, so it's using the same infrastructure, and of course production and utilization of energy elsewhere. Signals take it up or give it away. So this is work in progress and will probably occupy various parts of the energy sector for several years still to optimize that. So I think this is really probably a priority work area also for the new commission. I can of course not commit to anything because this commission not even there, but I think it's on our radar screen as very important work requiring attention, which is not yet, I would say, optimal. Cannot be, because it's also, I would say, something to build up, like a construction site to some extent, which will have to grow. But there we will have to see also developments, how to implement across the member states in the various parts of energy legislation and how to bring flows together. So, thank you, Steve.
Yes, one question in the back. Hello, everyone. I'm Pascal from European Youth Association. So, with regard to the smart appliances, how should we understand this in the frame of the EPBD? Is there any connection, or what are the equipment for the building that are considered in the frame of smart appliances? I'm a little bit confused with that point.
Thank you. I mean, the smart appliances are partly integrated in the building, and partly they are self-standing. Like if you look at white goods, a washing machine, a fridge, they are not part of the building, but they are in the building and also have an impact on the performance of the building. So as it's used, but it's not technically part of the building because the next occupant moves out and brings in something else. Might have a data center, computer, and the other one is maybe a cooling center, or it's a non-residential building, or just residential building. People have different things in their home, and partly it's integrated directly in the building like a heating system. So that's somehow technically part of the building, basically, and that is basically a work to see what are the basic principles of communication between the different components. But it's only partial for now. It's not necessarily all of them in the building, and it's addressed to the producers basically of these appliances. So I think buildings policy is not really speaking so much to the producers directly, but rather the system designers, building managers, and the producers have their own markets. Yeah? They offer products. They need to know what to offer on the market. What features do these products need to have in order to be best integrated in the functioning building, or what are at least the options which need to be available. So that's the idea. So it's basically addressed to some extent different stakeholders, different markets even. And then of course we have also the energy legislation on the internal market. So how the electricity market is organized, what are the price signals which are emitted basically, so that actually the users can respond in mobility, in buildings, or very important individual appliances. And this is of course also still work in progress, yeah? That this actually is done real time, and that there can be modulations of prices depending on scarcity, abundance, and scarcity or abundance in the energy system. And so in the end, it's all about making sure that we limit our physical investments to what is really necessary to have a high efficiency of the overall system, to do part of the job by smart interaction. Of course, energy storage is also very important. That also needs to be smart, yeah? So to be reactive. And to avoid that, basically, there's an overinvestment in the physical infrastructure, either grids or even production of energy. So the more we can intelligently react to each other, the less there's a need to have additional backup capacities. So it's to some extent in the collective societal interest to make progress on this work, to simply be able to afford it. Yeah? So to have a performing system, because what we don't want to have any negative impact on energy security, that needs to be always guaranteed, and comfort for people. So it should not be a sacrifice in any way to be successful on our climate targets and energy targets. People, citizens, but also companies need to be able to do and to enjoy the comfort which they expect, but in an efficient manner. And for that, we need the smart systems and interoperable systems and so on, to keep it affordable. So affordability is basically also a question of the social aspects, affordability and fighting against energy poverty. So it all comes together basically here from the policy objectives.
Thank you. We have room for one last question. Yeah. And just I see that we have some people standing at the back, so there are a few seats at the front. Just you understand why we had a waiting list for this event.
So we have a question online, which is regarding appliances. Are we talking about hardware like heat pumps that need to be made smart ready, or are we talking about having a smart ready building system? 2 seconds. There is one final part of this question, which I can't see. The BMS, that's the building management system, could integrate all existing hardware, so no need to go to manufacturers. So that's the question. Anybody would like to answer that?
Well, I think thank you very much for the questions. I think the building management system needs to rely on products which are able to communicate. Yeah? So I think that's the idea. So not to overinvest and invent something completely different, but rather products which can be integrated in the building management system. So and the products currently under development in this code of conduct are the white goods and heating, cooling, ventilation. So these are the ones. It's not all the appliances relevant for building, of course, but it's important ones. And these products basically should be enabled to interact both with the building management system, but also between each other. So that's basically what is the idea. It will not be perfect, cannot be perfect at this moment. It's a first edition. There will be, by definition, a second edition at least. So drawing the lessons, but also expanding. We welcome very much, of course, comments also on the first version. There has been an interactive process, and there will be further work on the second version. So I think building managers should also invest in this because they are the ones who need to work then with the product. So the user perspective, basically.
Thank you very much. It's really good, I think, to have such an interactive session. Just switch up this one. Super. We are on time. It's good news. And I will now give the floor to Birgit, who is leading the SRI support team and who is going to introduce the activities about it.
So good morning, everyone, and also on behalf of the support team, thanks for joining this SRI event today. I'll quickly introduce the work that the support team is doing to help the European Commission emphasize the role of the SRI. About a year ago, we had our previous plenary meeting, which was the last of the previous support contract. Since September, a new support contract is ongoing with more or less the same team as the previous one, accompanied by Trinomics, who will do the quality assurance. What will we do in the support contract? Our key objectives are basically a continuation of the ongoing support. One major aspect there is to help the member states, support the member states that have a test phase. We continue to support the member states that have already launched the test phase in the previous contract periods, but also actively support member states planning to launch a new one. But more on that will follow later. Furthermore, we plan to maximally align with the stakeholders. This joint event day is one very good example of it. We clearly reach out to the live projects and also with other stakeholders. Therefore, the platform that was created during the previous contract has been restructured to better support the stakeholders' view, but also align and look for very practical, tangible outcomes there. And one key objective is also to share the information that is present and to have the lessons learned adjusted to the target audience. Our website, our social media events, and so on are very crucial in that aspect. To have clear communication and awareness raising to all involved. A very important thing to stress is that within the SRI framework, we need to distinguish both the legal framework and the technical framework. The legal framework that is fixed, it's written down, it's in the EPPD, it's in the delegated regulation and its annexes, and it comprises the overall calculation methodology with the 9 technical domains, the 7 impact categories, and so on. There's nothing to be changed on that. That's a fixed thing. So these are the technical domains and the impact categories. Where we can work on or where we could influence is the more technical framework with the service catalog and the weighting factors. That is something that can be altered by member states. There is a general framework available, also an assessment package that can be requested on the website, but changes can be made there. So that's something that we can try to check more or see what the impact is if changes occur there. These are the tasks from the service contracts, but we'll go through the tasks a bit in the next slide. Well, we do regular updates of the existing web pages. Rather big update has happened a week or 2 ago, so if you haven't checked it yet, go and visit our website shortly. We have our help desk that is ongoing, so if you have a question, you can reach out to support or info address, and we will kindly provide you with an answer. We have a newsletter and social media. Normally, I think you are aware of that because that was one of the main things to advertise for this event. There is a training package available from the previous contract. It will be updated after the formal adoption of the EPPD. And then also the assessment package with our Excel sheet to calculate the SRI assessment that's available upon request. Simple EU survey form, and it will be sent to you. It's not a direct link, it can be the next working day or so, but we try our best to send it as soon as possible. And of course, we provide the technical support to member states, but my colleague Katarina will inform you on that later on. These are some things you can find on our website. For each of the 9 technical domains, there's a fact sheet available. And we also have case studies. For now, there aren't many yet, but we will develop some more. So feel free to check it regularly, but we will also inform you on that via the newsletter and so on. We also support the Commission services with the SRI policy implementation. As mentioned, stakeholder engagement is a very important part of that. The life clean energy transition projects, both the Smart Ready ones and the Build Perform ones that have launched recently, are very valuable to us. And furthermore, we try to monitor the rollout of the SRI on the ground and provide technical assistance both on reporting and guidance for SRI implementation. We will do some analysis for which we will develop scenarios that will be modeled, and based on the outcomes of that modeling, we will provide recommendations. As mentioned, the strategy on implementation and improvement of SRI is part of the support we provide to the Commission services. And another important aspect is awareness raising and dissemination to promote the SRI at the European level. For that, we do participate in events. We organize these events, but also participate in others. As mentioned, you can subscribe to our website. For those that haven't done it yet, the QR code is there. But also feel free to follow the TJ Energy account on X, where we will also publish regular information related to the SRI. These are some upcoming events where you can find us. Next week, this will be at Meeting, so feel free to pay them a visit if you're in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, I will not be, but other events are upcoming and more to be confirmed later on. As mentioned, the platform has been restructured. I'll quickly guide you through that. I'll first explain why restructuring was needed, because this is the old structure. And the live projects were really important. We also saw an evolution in the ongoing things related to SRI, not only on legislation, but we also saw an increase of academic interest on which was developed and so on. So at first we had the working group on the member states, then a working group on the calculation methodology, and one on the value proposition. And we sort of reshuffled that. Firstly, by indicating the main entities that should be represented in the platform, which is of course the European Commission as the main steering entity with the support from us as a support team. Member states are of course very valuable, launching the test cases and so on. Then we have the live projects, as already mentioned, as they also have their findings and so on. It's really good to have their feedback incorporated in our work. And then there are the stakeholders from industry, the building sector, and research, and so on. This is the new structure where we have the groups mentioned earlier in the horizontal layers. And then also we have provided vertical task force to ensure collaboration between the different working groups. The plenary meetings, these are a crucial part of our platform structure. This is one of our plenary meetings, and it's open to all interested stakeholders to share and discuss and disseminate in the next to the coffee machine and so on, but also online for those that can be present. Every 6 months, we intend to have one, so feel free to join the next ones as well. As mentioned, we have 3 horizontal groups. The first groups are the member states, that's more or less similar to the previous setup of the platform. The member states are variable because they are testing the SRI in practice, and we want to know their findings and how they evaluate the SRI scheme. The next working group, the second one, is on the live projects to really bridge their findings with our findings and communicate a consistency between the projects. And then the last one is for building sector research and industry stakeholders to also get their viewpoints, certainly on methodology and value proposition. As mentioned, we will also instate vertical task forces that will combine members from all working groups working on specific topics to really get all views from stakeholders and really have tangible outcomes there. For now, there are 4 task forces identified on communication and training, on monitoring, calculation, and strategy and roadmap.
Thank you, Birgit. Good morning. I have one slide, which is on working group 3, which is the working group which is open to anybody who is not in the live projects or is not a member state representative. So everybody from the building sector, from civil society, from research, NGOs, the rest of the community generally. This is an opportunity to engage and support the activities that are happening through the platform. It's also an opportunity to link with the vertical task forces and to contribute to the work that's taking place in those. So there is an open application. My colleague Regis is going to be posting the link online for those who are actually following online, but for the rest, you can see it here. It was also in the SRI newsletter, the last one. The closing date for this is the 15th of March. So if you think you would be interested in supporting this process and you can contribute, please make an application. There's already a number of applications. We'll be very happy to receive more. So thank you very much. And now I'll pass this over to my colleague, Katharina, who I think is going to be introducing the work on member states.
Thank you, Bob. Hello, good morning. My name is Katharina. I work for Vito together with Birgit. And today I will give you an overview of the test phases conducted by the member states. Currently, we have 11 test phases going on. The first one started back in 2021 as a result of the first call for the expression of the interest, and the first 4 member states which launched the test phases were Czech Republic, Austria, Denmark, and France. In 2022, there was another call, and that resulted in Croatia and Finland joining, and later on also Switzerland. 2023, we only have 1 country joining the test phase, and that was Slovenia. And 2024 seems to be a good year because we are just starting March, and we already have 3 countries which are about to launch the test phase. Actually, Germany has already started. Some of these test phases are supported by live projects. So we have Austria, France, Croatia, and Spain supported by SRI to market, but Croatia is also working with SRI Enact. Slovenia is part of the JUNES project, and Cyprus is part of the Smart project. I will give you also a brief overview of each member state test phase. So the Austria, they have finished the first phase. They have so far assessed 17 buildings. It was a mix of residential and non-residential buildings. They did their assessment for the more detailed method, which is called method B, and 75% of the scores were between 20 and 31%. Denmark is in a similar boat. They have finished actually the first phase of the test phase as well. They analyzed a bit more building 27. Again, it was a mix of residential and non-residential buildings. Mostly they analyzed the buildings using the more detailed methodology. However, for the single family houses, they also did both. They also did method A and method B, and they compared the results to find out that there are minor differences. And their SRI scores were ranging from 15 to 45%. France recently finished their test phase, and the SRI assessment was mostly conducted by the certified assessors, and they targeted 30 buildings for their assessment. Czech Republic, they started in 2022, and the test phase is still in progress. My slide says it was 5 buildings, but actually I got an email from Professor Kabela just in the morning saying, hey, we already have 7, which is great news. They are planning to have 3 more buildings assessed. So together they will have 10 buildings. They assess some residential and some family houses as well. Croatia, so far 5 buildings. They have 2 tools in Croatian in a beta version at the moment, but they're planning to have them finalized this year, I think around May, and they have quite big plans for 2024. They are planning to assess more than 100 buildings, and they will have some training to train the people who will do the assessment. Finland started in 2022 as well, and so far they had 93 buildings assessed. 16 of them were residential, the rest were non-residential, and it was a mix of renovated buildings and buildings in their original state. And so far they have trained 70 assessors. Slovenia, so they are planning to have 50 buildings assessed by the end of 2024. So far they analyzed 15. Again, it was mix of residential and non-residential buildings. They also put in place code of conduct for carrying out the SRI assessment. where they actually codified how the assessments are going to be conducted, or what kind of data they need, how the data will be handled, what the assessor needs to go through exactly, what the report needs to look like, and so on. And in May this year, they will have first in-person assessor trainings. Then we have Belgium, which is the test phase, which will start soon, and they will be mostly focusing on training the assessors. And the last one on my list is Cyprus. There's also a different update because I talked to Paris just before starting this event, and actually they will have more than 20 buildings because they have a tool which will allow them to assess more buildings. They put in place requirements to train the assessors. They will also adjust the methodology to account for different, sorry, not the methodology, the weighting factor, to account for different climatic zones of Cyprus. There are two more test phases, which I didn't mention, and that is Germany and Spain, but the representatives will talk about it by themselves, so we will learn about it a bit later. So not all the test phases are conducted in the same way. So we have some countries which are conducted the test phases by the technical partners. Then we have some countries which are taking the longer route and having the external assessors implemented. And some of them, as I mentioned, are supported by the LiveSet Smart Ready project or LiveSet Build to Perform. And then some of them are also going to start. We hope to have more test phases in the 2024. So it would be very nice if some countries showed some interest. And that is all for myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katarina. Thank you, Birgit. Thank you, Paul. It's great to see this community of member states with their official test phases, which is really growing. We have a short slot for Q&A. Perhaps we will take one which was asked online first, and it's a technical one. So it was a question from Peter Thorns. He's asking if weighting factors can be changed within the technical framework, how can results from different member states be compared? And I will propose that Silva could take this.
Yeah, always allocated easy questions. Thanks a lot. So I mean, actually, this is a question that has been asked quite many times now since the development of the legal acts, and that it's true that there is quite some flexibility with the annexes of the delegated act in defining some aspects of the calculation, and the weighting factors is actually one of them. The fact that these weighting factors can be defined by the member states doesn't mean that implicitly the weighting factors will be different in every member state. And if they are, it doesn't mean that they would be significantly different, because they will be defined on the basis of the lessons learned through the testing. And it's likely that, you know, conclusions would not differ that much from one country to the other, especially where the conditions and the building stocks have the climatic conditions, sorry, and the building stock have, you know, similar characteristics. So on this question, I would say that, first of all, if we can compare buildings already at the national level, it's something, it's an achievement. And then we need to wait for the feedback from the testing phases, for the possible adaptations to the standard technical framework that is provided by the Commission, and to see what differences could be justified on the basis of the work of the national authorities and of the stakeholders and of the projects in the member states.
We have a question from
Thanks a lot. Actually, it's not a question. I only wanted to mention that there are also advanced discussions with the Greek authorities under the 4 live projects. I mean, we wanted to announce it here that we discuss with the Greek authorities under SRI and ACT, and we hope that they will also launch a test phase. So this is something that we wanted to announce here in this, let's say. But let's see. Fingers crossed that everything goes smooth.
Thanks a lot for the good news. We'll be happy to update the website and our slides. One question there.
Hi, good morning all. My name is Pim Ruffers. I'm from Next Sense. So we're a commercial party that actually does some assessments of smart buildings and building platforms. I saw a lot of member states making their own tools, right? So different tools to do the assessments. Why is that a choice? Because I think it's way more efficient to do almost the same thing. So how come that we now have 4 tools in 4 different countries? And maybe is there a project where we can align the tools?
It's a difficult one, so I'm looking at Silver.
Many thanks, Lucius. And again, an excellent question. Indeed, we see that the development of tools is quite dynamic and not only under the supervision of the national authorities, but also in projects, also sometimes by research organizations. I think this is something that we should praise actually, because we are developing an offer that is going to be broadly available for anyone who wants to do smart readiness calculations. And then my personal guess is that, there will be a natural selection, so to say, that will operate once, this offer is sufficiently developed, and we'll see gradually which tools could be more used. And I don't think it's the intention of the Commission, to impose one single tool that would be used by everyone, because again, the needs, the constraints can vary depending on the areas, on the countries in which the SRI is applied.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We have one more question online. So the question is how a member states could participate to a test phase, and then another one, which is how will the test phase be reported? Report language question. So we invite Brigitte to take this one.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the question. So, of course, a lot of good news. We'll have a Greek official test phase in the coming weeks. So, if you want to apply for a test phase, very simple. You can send us a message. You can have an informal discussion between the Commission, member state, and the support team. So we can define what will be the scope of the test phase, and when you are ready, you just send an official letter. But we are very happy to support you with the contract, with the lab project. Don't be shy, send us a message or contact me. I'm very happy to discuss. Regarding the language, we are very to support you with many languages, no problem at all on this.
Thank you very much. I think we have still time for one last question before the break. Yeah.
So I'm Professor Sassanopoulos from NTVA, representative of the SRI and ACT project. We hear a lot about training of the auditors and so on. I would like to ask if there are any relative guidelines or a well-established methodological framework for the trainers, or that could be used for everyone to train the auditors, the external auditors, because each project, each interested body, so on, develops its own training material. And I suppose this is not the case if we want to be credible and on the same page. So I would like to know if there is any specific guideline on this or any training material that could be used across all SRI related activities. That's it.
Question.
So it's an excellent question. I think essentially this is an open field at the moment. There is a lot of work happening. There's a meeting in Sensenlec on Monday considering developing a forum that would enable the auditing standards to be developed to support this. There are existing auditing standards for other aspects under the EPBD, technical building systems, such as building automation control systems, space heating, building ventilation, etc. Lighting also has auditing standards. So there is work that can be done on the standardization level. Obviously, the assessment process will also be defined by member states, informed by the findings of their test phases, and there will be a lot of shared experience coming from this. There's work going on in the LIFE project on this topic. And so I think it's very much an open area where there's a lot of interesting developments happening. And hopefully parties will actually bring that together, especially through the working groups. There is one of the working groups which is concerned with assessment and task force rather. And I think this is an excellent opportunity to bring that together and then identify needs. And those needs, incidentally, can then be articulated through the strategy and roadmap as well. So this is all part of building up the common shared experience and competences that will allow proper rollout of the SRI in an effective way.
Thank you very much for we're on time. It's good news, and it's time now for a break. And for the in-person participants, it's the opportunity to open the project exhibition of the SRI projects. I take the opportunity again to thank the Smart Square project. It's thanks to them that we are in this beautiful building. I don't know where is Pablo and Andre from the Riva colleagues. They are running everywhere, but I thank them as well. Yeah, they are upstairs. So you will have the opportunity to meet them, you have some email with them. It's a quite extended break, so it's 1 hour break, which means we'll be back at 11:10, and it's upstairs on the rooftop. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. We also enjoy this long break. And we will resume this morning session of SRI Plenary Meeting. We will have now a presentation from Laura from VK, who is the leading working group 1 of the SRI platform. And it's this group which is monitoring the work of the member states. So she will give us an overview of the work in this working group, and then we will have 2 testimonials from Spain and then Germany. This is all for yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So like Rachel said, I'm a co-chair of the working group 1 together with France, with Nicolas and Annabelle, but they were apologized today. So I have the pleasure to give you a short introduction to our working group and our activities. We started in 2021 as part of the Concerted Action EPBD, that is a European project where all member states who implement the EPBD directive, change experiences about different topics, and SRI is, of course, one of them. And when we started, it was just a small group of member states who took the initiative, and gradually more member states joined the working group. And then when the SRI platform was introduced, and we had the same goal, change experience. So we cooperated, and we are one working group now, but now under the SRI platform. And we also saw in the start 4 member states during the test phase, and more member states joined, and now we are already 11 member states. We meet every 3 months. And we mainly share experiences. We listen to presentations from member states who will start a test phase or will tell about the results of a test phase, and also look at the different approaches. Every member state has its own approach, and so we can learn from each other. We also look at this support team, what they do for the member states, and so we member states who haven't decided yet to do a test phase can see, oh, that's interesting, maybe we can do the same thing. So the main goal is this sharing of experiences. We had a meeting a few weeks ago. It was very interesting. And also from Flemish side, we also decided to do a test phase now. So I learned a lot the last years, and I hope we can do that in practice now. So that's in short the introduction of the working group, and now we can look deeper in the test phase of 2 member states. Thank you.
Much. We now invite Maria to present us the Spanish customers.
Hello. Okay, hello everybody. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to give you a brief overview about the status of the Spanish test phase. Well, my name is Maria Fernandez. I am Research Project Manager and Senior Engineer at CENER. CENER is the National Renewable Energy Center of Spain, a partner of the SRE to Market project, and we are the technical support of the Spanish Ministry to run the Spanish test phase. Well, Spanish test phase? Yeah. Well, this is the timeline of the Spanish test phase. As you can see, the milestones of the test phase are linked to the milestones of the SRE to Market project, because in fact we are using the SRE to Market tools to carry out the official testing phase, including the web-based tools and also the stakeholder engagement procedures. The official communication was sent, the official communication to conduct the official test phase was sent to DG Ener. What is the point? So, this. Okay. Is it? You can see. Okay, it's the same. It's the same. Well, this communication was sent in May 2023. Since then, we have been working on defining the scope, the feedback required, the selection and prioritization of buildings to be assessed, and inviting experts to collaborate. The testing phase is scheduled to end in April 2025, and the report with conclusions and recommendations will be delivered in July 2025. Well, we're now close to April 2024. That will be 2 important milestones: the launch of the e-learning service in the context of SRE to Market project, and also we will launch the open testing phase through third parties. Well, in order to define the scope and time frame of the testing phase, we first set up a national SRE committee made up of representatives from authorities responsible for implementing SRE and the Spanish partners in the SRE to Market project. This committee managed and received feedback from these 3 different levels of stakeholders involved in the task. The golden group or the yellow group includes the highest level of experts, such as partners in other SRE projects and relevant experts on the topic, for example, in relation to EPB assessment in the national context. These experts are members of the National Working Group and are highly involved through interactive working sessions where the standard methodology is evaluated from the perspective of the Spanish context. They also contribute to carrying out SRE assessment of real buildings through the SRE to Market assessment tool. The green one, the green group, is formed by the rest of the stakeholders of the National Working Group, They also participate in interactive working sessions, but the main difference with the previous group is that they don't carry out official assessment for the test phase. And the third feedback loop, the blue one, it will be based on all technicians who want to become SRE experts through the SR2 Market e-learning platform. Regarding the target number of SRE assessments, the organization involved in the committee and the first level of stakeholders will cover a target number of 50, at least 50 SRE assessment and their corresponding feedback. But the total target, including the assessment carried out by other technicians through the e-learning platform, would be 200 SRE assessments. Well, this graph, this picture shows the current composition of the different levels of participation. The committee, as I mentioned, includes 4 entities, 2 public authorities, the Spanish Ministry for the Ecological Transition, and our National Energy Agency, IDAE, and the Spanish partners of SRE2 Market, CENER and Efinovatic. The second level, the second circle, include here the stakeholders involved consist of 8 organizations from the energy sector, manufacturers, associations, universities, and so on. And the third level, the informed stakeholders includes at the moment other 17 organizations such as EPB experts, the electricity market operator is OMIA in Spain, smart device manufacturers, professional associations, some representatives from the banking or financial sector, standardization bodies, and so on. Well, regarding the tool we are using to conduct the test phase is the SRE2 Market Assessment Tool. This tool has been customized and adapted to meet the needs of the official testing phase in Spain. For example, we have added a flag to all assessments that are part of the official testing phase so that we can filter these SRE ratings to extract aggregated results and conclusions. The tool includes a specific section for benchmarking. Well, this is only the welcome page, but if you go inside this section, you can find different filters that can be applied with the aim of obtaining statistical data, such as mean and percentiles values for the overall SRE indicator and also for the SRE based on the 3 key functionalities. These values are also presented by the tool in the form of histograms, as in this example here in the graphs on the right, where we can see the distribution of the total SRE values for the whole database so far, including the ratings for all SRE2 Market projects at the moment on the left, and filter only for Spain on the right. Okay, this is the current situation. Of course, we have time to increase this number and these figures to have a better sample of the building stock in Spain. Well, finally, the e-learning platform developed by the SRE2 Market project will be used to open the testing phase to other professionals who are different from the expert groups. They may have different technical background and a different level of knowledge about SRE. So at the end of the training program, they will be asked to fill in a survey to give feedback on these 4 topics: their previous knowledge about the SRE and about the building automation and control systems, the effort required to understand and acquire the knowledge to carry out SRE assessments and recommendations, the appropriateness of the standard methodology or the default methodology or the default values to the Spanish context, and about the SRE2 Market Assessment Tool, we will ask feedback about the usability, the user friendliness, and so on. The learning service will be launched in Spain on 26 April 2024, this year, through a streaming workshop. The next meeting of the National Working Group is foreseen by the end of May. So with this, I finish. Thank you very much for your attention. I will do the important thing.
Thank you very much, Maria. I will now invite Tristan, who is going to update us on the German test case.
Thank you very much. Yes, I want to present you today the German test phase. My name is Tristan English, and I'm one of the Austrian Institute of Technology. Maybe
I've
heard about there's someone talking in the office.
The Russian spy.
Well, maybe Austria is close to the. And since January, we are the we do support for the German test phase, and which I will present to you now. Show minutes. Yes, perfect. Okay, not me. But now I can't switch the slides. So, well, we are digitized here. Perfect, thank you. If you could close when you can see all the buildings. Well, because at the beginning we choose 3 buildings which are located at our university, and they all, well, not the same, but they have the same square meters, around about 10,000, and we are focusing on the beginning at non-residential buildings. We want to use the method B because there we can get a detailed view of the Smart Readiness Indicator. And we choose this one because on the left side, there is an average building from the 70s, which is, well, they exist and we have to deal with these buildings, and we want to know about these buildings, how to get these buildings to the future. And on the other hand, we have the newest one in our campus, which was opened in December, which has definitely the best and the latest technology. And we, of course, we hope that we'll get a good SRI score. And in the middle, because we're in the university, we do some research, and in the middle, it's a building with research through the energy consumption and the energy efficiency by AI algorithms with the government. So we hope that with this building get definitely the best Smart Readiness Indicator score. And at the beginning, please can you change the slides? Thank you. We selected these 3 buildings, and now we're doing some SRI assessment. We want to know how long does it need, which knowledge is required for all the people who are doing the assessment. And we know all of these kind of important things. We analyze these results. Is the SRI score as expected, or should we improve the SRI score? Should we improve the methodology? And we want to have a deeper look on each Smart Readiness Indicator score of the domains and the impacts, and to figure out if we should expand it, if it's related, if we should add some services. And we know this, we can integrate and evaluate these things. And we can develop some training materials and some helpful tools for what we have maybe seen what Spain does. And yeah, and hopefully with all these results, we can do the last step, the 4th step, that we can open it to a wider part, to more stakeholders, to more buildings, that we don't only have these 3 buildings. Because with this information, we can use different parts and expand it. And we don't do it by our own, of course, because we are on the research part. We have We have some partners from the companies, which you can see here, and we are all in discussion with them. We have several meetings with them, and we talk with them. Yes. And they all together with a part of different parts, the facility manager, their corporates, and they're all together. And we have several workshops with them, and we talk to them. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me, contact us, and yeah, we would like to discuss today here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tristan, Maria, and Laura. In fact, we do have a short Q&A session. If you want now to ask a question related to those ongoing test phases. Paul, I don't think we have questions online yet. So maybe in the room. All right, so everything was clear, and you took the opportunity to keep with the schedule. I will now invite Sylvain from our lab to brief us on the work being conducted by working group 2, which is around the live project cluster.
Thank you, Regis. So I've seen that many speakers have difficulties switching slides, so I've prudently dedicated this task to Regis. Thanks, Regis. I wish to, well, first of all, who am I? I'm Sylvain Robert. I'm a project advisor in CINA, the executive agency. So Agnieszka is my boss, actually. So I wish to thank Smart Square, the SRI support contract team, and of course, DG Energy for this invitation to speak. And I'm very glad to see the interest of the community in the SRI. And also very glad to see the testing phases developing in the countries. I mean, the two presentations we had from Spain and Germany are really illustrative of the interest of such testing. The link to the live project is obvious, you know, for the Spanish test phase. It's super nice, and it's also very good to see research organizations like Karlsruhe Institute of Technology or Enea in Italy showing interest and starting activities in order to test the SRI. So with this presentation, I simply wish to explain the cooperation that we have set up between the projects of relevance to the SRI under the Live CET program. Next slide, please, Regis. Yes. So, as already mentioned by Agnieszka, we have 7 projects which are funded under Live CET that address the SRI. There are 4 projects selected under the 2021 call, which strictly focus on the Smart Readiness Indicator. These are Smart Square, Easy SRI, SRI Enact, and SRI to Market. And we have 3 additional projects that were selected under the 2022 call, which address the SRI in combination with energy performance certification. And so these projects taken together, they represent around 40 million euros of EU funding, and they are going to run over the 2022-2026 period, which is good because this timing is very well aligned with the timing of test phases in the member states. Next slide. So the projects, they address a broad range of complementary activities, of course, the development of tools for the assessment of smart readiness. The aim is to build an EU offer that can be widely used in testing and implementation of the SRI, and it comprises user-oriented developments on web interfaces and back-end related developments such as cloud-based platforms. Some of these projects, beyond the regulatory calculation of smart readiness, seek to investigate more forward-looking functionalities, for instance, relying on artificial intelligence to generate smart readiness improvement recommendations. They also aim at applying the SRI calculation methodology on actual buildings, investigating possible improvements to make on the methodology and to make it more effective and broadly workable. And of course, this is of specific interest to the member states' test phases, since the number of buildings that are addressed in the projects is very significant. These projects, they also include activities aiming at supporting the deployment on the ground on the SRI, such as training of assessors and provision of technical guidance, and delivering policy recommendations on the basis of the lessons learned from applying the SRI on the ground. So this feedback, we are certain that it will be instrumental in building and supplementing the feedback from the official test phases of the member states. Next slide. These projects, in order to be fully effective, should not operate in isolation. There is the need to ensure cross-project coordination, in particular when it comes to supporting national authorities, and beyond that, to ensure that the projects successfully contribute to the Commission's policy implementation work of the SRI. So for this reason, decision was made by DGNR and CINEA to launch a clustering initiative aiming to ensure that in areas of common interest, the projects work in a coordinated manner between them, but also with the SRI platform and the SRI support contract team. This clustering initiative started in November 2022 with the 4 live Smart Reading projects and has been running since then with quarterly progress meetings and additional interactions for the common actions identified. And since the 6th meeting, which took place in December 2023, the 3 Build Perform projects have joined the action. There are 4 main areas of common action. The first is the SRI uptake in targeted countries and the liaison with national authorities. So here the aim is to ensure that the support provided by the projects to national authorities is fully coordinated, and it is led by the SRI to Market project. Then there is the design and development of SRI tools. Here the aim is to encourage the projects to converge towards common elements for the development of IT tools, for instance, to ensure interoperability, and this work is led by EasySRI. Then there is the improvement of the Smart Ready service catalog with the aim to capitalize across the projects on lessons learned from applying the methodology and delivering related recommendations. This is led by Swan Square. And finally, common communication and dissemination actions, which is led by SRI and ACT. Next slide, please. So the live projects cluster has been very active in the last year, and for this I wish to warmly thank the coordinators and teams of all the projects. There are many achievements to flag, but if I had to select only a few examples, I would highlight the proactive support provided to national authorities in preparing and launching testing phases. Also, the progress made in designing a common API-based framework for the SRI tools in order to enhance interoperability. Also, the progress made in investigating the standardization of the SRI assessment process in cooperation with Sensinelec. And there will be this afternoon a roundtable to discuss specifically this point in detail. And then the different joint communication and dissemination actions led by the projects. Of course, this event is a very good illustration, but there are other ones, such as the organization of the joint webinar with the Build-Up Forum. So if you are interested in getting more details about these activities, I would refer you to the annual report prepared and published by SRI and ACT, which describes the objectives and achievements for 2023 of the cluster. And before closing this presentation, only to stress that this clustering work has prepared well the ground for collecting and channeling relevant feedback from the project's activities to the SRI platform. In the future, as explained in previous presentations, the live SRI cluster will become a working group of the platform, and this should ensure that the outcomes of the projects benefit to a broad audience and contribute ultimately to a successful uptake of the SRI. Next slide, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sylvain. Another opportunity for questions here in the room or online. Don't be shy. Nothing online.
Just a request to get the link to the report on the chat.
All right, perfect. We will post the link to the report presented by Simon. No question. Well, seems that everything was very clear. Thank you very much to all the speakers. I will now invite Brigitte Jacquemont to make some closing remarks to this SRE platform.
Thank you very much for this morning. It's very interesting. Very happy to have this plenary meeting on the unusual format. It was hybrid, but with people in the room, and we had the chance to have this demonstration and so on. So it was very interesting. I would like to thank the member state which came today. So Laura for presenting the work of the working group one, and also of course Maria and Tristan. It was very insightful to learn about the taste space in member state, and we can see that it could be very different from one member state to a member state. And really don't be shy. If you want to launch a taste space, just send us an email, a contact, and we can set up a meeting. I'm very happy to support you with a contract, with live project. Would just like to highlight also that it's a very good cooperation we have, of course, with CDR. We can see that the project can really support the rollout of the SRI, of the EU legislation, and it's very interesting to work this way, and really appreciate it from their side. And just a word regarding this session. So it's quite a new design for the platform. It's really an opportunity to go beyond what we are doing, and to have this demonstration, to have all the live project, and very happy that we continue this. It's just the end of the platform this morning, but we will continue the conversation around the SRI. I'm very happy to see you in the exhibition, and also in the expert talk and round table this afternoon. So I hope you enjoyed this day. We're really happy to be with you, and hope to see you this afternoon. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Brigitte. Some practical details. So indeed, we are not finished with this SRI joint event. It's in fact just the beginning. So we will now, for those in presence with us in Brussels, we will move to the rooftop again, where we have a networking lunch. And just before, as an appetizer, we will have some short presentations from CDR and as well from BC. So that's to finish this morning session. And then the afternoon session, we will be back there. Back at 1:30, and indeed we will have two panel sessions, expert sessions, which are organized by Smart Square. And again, I take this opportunity to thank this project and the team as well from Riva, who co-organized the whole thing. So let's be back at 1:30 for this program. And thank you again to everyone.
I would like to welcome everyone to this expert talk. We will spend an hour and a half together discussing about investing in smart buildings. Is it possible just to share the great? So we have a very interesting panel with us today, four esteemed experts in the field of smart buildings, to discuss about investments in the field of smart buildings. Myself, I am Paris Fogaitis. I'm an associate professor at Frederick University, researcher, and also CEO of a spin-off for tools and services in the field of smart buildings, Ufia Tech. At the same time, I'm the scientific and technical manager of Smart Square project. It's one of the four projects of the LifeSet Smart Initiative. And I'm here today to moderate this expert talk. Okay, in general, the this okay, great. So it's fine. So in general, we are in a transition. We have the new era of the smart buildings. We have started with this conversion with this transition since 3 years. We have the Smart Readiness Indicator, that is a scheme that quantifies the smartness of buildings, and we do envision that in a few years this will be mandatory for the member states, starting from 26 for large buildings, which we anticipate to reach some good news in the following days in the EPD. And proceeding with smaller buildings, the member states have initiated with their testing stages. And soon we do anticipate that we will have schemes in force that will promote and will establish the definition of the smart buildings. At the same time, we do recognize that in order to proceed with the upgrade of the smartness of a building, either a small building or let's say commercial building, we need to have the decisive parameter which will convince the building owners to do the big step and improve the smartness of their buildings. And this comes from our directive, it's the cost optimality. So cost optimal is a criterion which we usually consider in order to take decisions for upgrading a building. In the case of energy, things are very simple. Why? Because we have the energy efficiency, we can quantify the energy efficiency, we can monetize the energy efficiency, we can say that, okay, if I proceed with this improvement in my building shell, or if I upgrade to that building system, then I know for sure that I will save that energy, so I convert that, I monetize that, and I can do my life cycle costing and get back my financial indicators and take my decisions. So I have parameters in the case of energy efficiency to take decisions. However, in the case of the smartness upgrade, the community is still developing their story, their framework. How do we take a decision to upgrade the smartness of the building? And of course, this aspect is related to many other topics. For example, discussing about smartness audit of buildings. I'm a smartness auditor, like an energy auditor. I'm conducting a smartness assessment of a building, and I'm reaching some conclusions, and I have to go back to my client and give my client some recommendations for the improvement of the smartness of the building, based on which criteria these recommendations will be given. In the case of the energy, the criterion usually is the cost optimal criterion. What about the case of smartness? Are we mature enough to relate the smartness upgrade with the financial performance of our unit? Do we have, let's say, those conditions and the framework to relate the cost optimality of the recommendation that we will introduce, we will propose with the smartness upgrade of the building? So these are questions that the community needs to discuss at this point in order to make sure that we will have the conditions to promote and establish the SRI as a new scheme in our built environment. We do see many opportunities ahead with the SRI. A new market is emerging, and existing markets are further supported. Conditions will be improved, comfort, human comfort in buildings, supporting smart grids, making our cities smarter through our smart buildings, and promoting, in general, the quality of life of the European citizens within their built environments. However, we still need to identify the main challenges that we have in the field from both sides, from the supply side, from the demand side, to see what are the barriers, what are the challenges, and to put these things down together and take some decisions. Decide on some parameters together with the industry, with the experts, and proceed in the era where the SRI will be an established principle, an established concept for the assessment of the buildings. So in order to discuss this, that is from the investment side, how we consider the challenges that we have for the smartness upgrades of buildings. We have here today with us 4 esteemed experts in their fields. And at this point, I would like to introduce our experts. So starting with Paul White, mechanical engineer in the field of the design and assessment of the built environment. He's with White Strategic Efficiency Limited, and he's also a member of the consulting group for the implementation of the SRI in the EU. We also have with us Bonnie Brook. Bonnie, she's very active in the field of standardization. She's the chair of the technical committee for building automation and control systems. And of course, she's with Siemens with the smart infrastructure department. We have Olivier Celes. He's with Upstairs Stories and Strategies. He's the founder and manager of this company. And Patrick Johansson from PropTech Core, the founder and the CEO of the company. So I would like to thank you for being today with us. Regis, I will give you a microphone to our panelists. Or thank you. Thank you. So before we proceed, I would just like to give you the floor for a minute to introduce yourselves and just describe in brief your relation with the SRI and the assessment of the smartness of buildings. Please.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Paris. And good afternoon, everybody. So thank you for the introduction. I'm from Wade Strategic Efficiency in Europe, which is an Irish-based sustainability consultancy. We've been involved and the predecessor company in the launch of the SRI, the development of the SRI, and supporting its implementation. So we were involved in the original technical studies which helped do from which the SRI framework emerged. And so we've been very privileged to be in a part of this through the entire process. And we deal with all sorts of sustainability aspects in the building stock. We also gave some advice on the EV charging provisions in the UPPD revision recently. We're involved in the SRI context, obviously with the current support contract, but also with the LIFE project, EasySRI. We're involved in that, and we're involved also in the Smart EPC project, which also has an SRI-related component. So without any further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Patrick.
Thank you. Nice to meet you, everybody. Patrick Johansson. I represent a Swedish startup called PropTech Core. And as you hear, it's a PropTech company. And we focus a lot on open and collaborative technology. You all notice the phenomena of open AI, and we do that with our Decarb AI, open collaborative AI. We believe that's the way forward. We're really proud to be part of Workgroup 3 to look into how we can implement this in Europe together. And I think we can really do it, and it's time. So looking forward for the conversation today.
Hello, everyone. So I know many people in the audience, and I met many new people again, but we already connected. And I would like to connect with the rest of you that I haven't shaken hands with until now. So I work for Siemens Smart Infrastructure. My background is mechanical engineering, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and building automation is my field of expertise. So building technologies. Siemens Smart Infrastructure, this is just one of the core businesses of Siemens. Among the rest of them, mobility and digital industries. And of course, we have other ones, but these are the 3 main ones. And in Siemens Smart Infrastructure, we have 6 divisions working buildings, electrical, electrification, automation, also in smart grid software, mobility, so charging infrastructure, and we also offer solutions and services that are based, of course, on our own products and systems, but also combined with partners. So 2 years ago, I became the chair of Scientific 247, which is the building automation and controls and technical building management committee. Paris is in the committee, so I have a few dear friends here that we work together for the social impact actually and benefit. In the SRI platform, actually before the platform, I just managed to be involved in the second technical study, I think. This is where I could contribute. So that was the start for me. And then in the platform later on, I was a co-chair of working group 2 on the calculation methodology. And I have a few friends in the audience that come from this working group as well. So very happy to continue working with all of you on the SRI and smart buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Smart Square, for inviting me with my close list. Very honored and very happy to be with you. I have worked in the past 10 years at real estate developers, and I have decided to start my own company last year as a digital advisor, a digital advisory firm for owners and users in residential and commercial buildings. What we have seen with, especially with owners of commercial buildings, is that there was a hype around smart grids, smart buildings, smart whatever, 10 years ago. Then, you know, it's typical hype curve goes up, then down very fast. 5 to 3 years ago, it was almost dead. Then came something, maybe you've heard about that, it was called coronavirus or COVID-19, and it had a small impact. And it recreated an interest again around smart buildings and smart technologies. But owners they wanted to have something more consistent due to the fact that their portfolio includes many different buildings. They wanted to have something easier to understand, something also that includes the service side, the usage side of buildings. This is why my interest in RSI has increased in the past years.
Okay, I would like to thank you for introducing yourselves. Now, with regard to our panel and this, let's say, session, we have grouped our, let's say, questions into 5 categories. Our panelists who are disclosed these questions, they have let us know in which fields they would rather provide some answers. And we have around 10 minutes for every, let's say, group of questions. We will be demonstrating the questions in the slides. And you will have 3 to 4 minutes for each question to give your opinion, your point of view. And then we are also open to take questions from the audience. Now, I would like to start the 5, let's say, fields in which we will have our session today. The first one is why smart buildings. The second one is investing in building smartness. The third one has to do with standardization. The fourth one is for resilience and improvement. And the last one is how we can boost the investments in the field of smart buildings. So these are the 5, let's say, units, sections that we will have today. And we start with the first one, and with Paul White. So, Paul, we're discussing for the new era of the smart buildings, and the question is why we should proceed to, let's say, establishing the smart building as a concept, and how can the smart buildings overall contribute to the comfort and well-being of their occupants? Please.
Thank you. Well, I think there's a lot of things that smart services can provide in buildings which are not addressed in other frameworks and are not hence visible in other frameworks. And what's been learned over the years is that if you have policy tools which can actually make something visible, it can be actualized, it can actually give you a common framework to operate under. It can then become more tangible to all market actors, both the providers of services and also the procurers and users of those services, they can then start to think about how do they want to factor it into their decision-making process. And very often, it used to be the case as an example, I first got involved in the whole sustainable energy area, working on energy labelling right at the very beginning when it came in for products in the European Union. And I was involved in the very first studies on those products and the very first regulations and the impact evaluations and all the rest of those things at the time. And at that time, there was no energy label until it was finally drawn up the criteria. And so there were all of these products which were being sold, which were using energy, which was not being factored into people's procurement decisions, even though they knew that they were paying an energy bill. They just didn't know how much or what they could do about it or how efficient, what the choices were. So it was a hidden cost that was unactionable because there wasn't visibility about what it is. And the policy frameworks have moved on. Of course, now everybody knows about the energy label and they were factored into their decisions, and it's no longer invisible and it's a big part of the procurement decision. Similarly in buildings, then it moved from equipment to buildings to how can we actually rate the energy performance of buildings. And there were all the same discussions we're having now about EPCs and their development and so forth. Very similar, very many parallels to the whole process with the SLI. And while EPCs have been great, there's always things you can improve about them, of course. There's always open discussions, there's always plenty of operational aspects. And, but they have created a very potent language about the energy performance of building stock that everybody is pretty much now familiar with the rest of the European Union. And these impacts extend well beyond the European Union as well. It's very much seen as a reference test case, which other economies look at and very often emulate. So we're now faced with a similar situation with smartness in buildings. EPCs do many things. They don't really assess smartness. And even on the energy side, they're actually not very good at the moment of dealing with the whole impact of smartness of buildings on the energy performance of buildings. Now, a lot of this came out initially with when we were scouring in the first support contract, or first technical assistance contract, what could be done under these very broad umbrella terms that are in the EPD about smartness. We realized that there was a big gap in relation to building automation control systems and the way they were actually being implemented in the EPC. When you look, there is a standard for those, EN 52120, and now is at the time it was EN 15222. And it sets out how to classify the performance of building automation control systems as a function of the different technical building systems, the heating, cooling, air conditioning, ventilation, etc., that they're controlling. And the SRI draws quite heavily on this, by the way. But this classification, when you look at it, allows you to actually then take into account the impact of these systems on the actual operational performance. And there's a big active debate in the EPC world between the asset-based methodology and the operation-based methodology. There's discussions about an energy performance gap between the two of them. And a lot of that's related to behavior, occupancy behavior, but also it's related to control and how are these systems actually controlled. And currently, I'm bringing this to comfort and well-being. Well, well-being, you're not going to feel very well if you're in an uncomfortable environment. It's fundamentally how it is. If it's sufficiently uncomfortable, you won't actually be sick. It affects productivity, it affects willingness to be in a place, it affects your mood, it affects all sorts of things. So we all know this from our own experience, and we all want to be in comfortable environments. And buildings over the years have developed technical building systems. They have the whole fabric, of course. They have then made technical building systems to deliver the energy services. Nobody wants to use energy, but they do want the benefit of having thermal comfort. Right? You don't need too much heat. You don't want too little. You want thermal comfort. And so how do you deliver that? Well, you have your technical building systems. They can pump heat into a room. They can pump cool into a room if you have something. Of course, they can extract heat from a space. They can ventilate a space. They can do all of these other services which are necessary for comfort and well-being. But they will do that partly based on the efficiency of the fabric of the building. So the need that determines a big determinant, not the only determinant, big determinant of the need for energy to be delivered to spaces, but also on the efficiency of the delivery. And then you get into the control. And the control affects both the generation of the heat or cools. It affects the distribution, how efficiently it's distributed to the different spaces which need it. And then it affects your regulation within that space, so that you can actually get the temperature to be there when you need it. But then if you have a not so clever building, an average building, you might be able to ensure that you have a certain temperature more or less within certain spaces. But you're actually heating up a lot of spaces where nobody's in, or you're cooling spaces where nobody is. Or you want one part of the building that's hot, another part is cold, and you're not moving the heat from one place to another to create comfort. Your control system smartness can affect all of that, and it makes a very big difference. And if you go if you go from the worst class D category under the 52-120 standard to the most efficient class A, it can be over 50% difference in total energy demand just because of the control. So this is known, but it's not fully factored into EPCs currently in most cases. And so there is a gap there. But there's also gaps as well because some parts of these things are actually the standards don't even address them adequately yet. A good example of this that is partial addressing of it is shading. If you have solar gains, you can overheat a space very rapidly. You can it can chill down very rapidly if you don't have sort of sealing off the heat loss, if you like, from the window systems. And because of this, you actually need to have more dynamic control of those systems to respond to the actual solar gains which are coming in. There is some standardization material, but it's a bit limited at the moment on this. And then you get in with the aspects of intelligence about this control. Because occupancy, okay, you can sense it. You can sense it by CO2. If you have the sensors there, you can sense it by presence detectors. You can other means. You can determine whether people are in the building. You can then establish the typical patterns. If you know the typical patterns of occupancy, you can know when, on average, for a particular working day or whatever it is, you want to start a heating or cooling system up to start to make sure that this particular room or this space is probably going to have this level of occupancy by this time. Therefore, it needs to reach this temperature. Therefore, to be optimized for comfort and energy, we should be bringing it, getting the system to start at this time because the thermal response of this space is so-and-so, and an intelligent system will learn that. It will actually have the sensors in the space. It will be able to distribute the heat to the, or cool, so to extract the heat to those spaces in response to the occupancy need and the comfort need, and it will know when to start doing it in response to the thermal lag of the system. And all it's not just occupancy, it's also weather, of course. The internal and exterior temperature difference, which you can learn if you're sensing that while you're sensing the occupancy and you've learned the thermal response, then you can actually take account of those factors. And you could even make your shading respond to this too. And if you're really intelligent about it, I don't think we've got there yet, you can have your, so we will actively overheat this space now because we know by the time people are going to be in it, we'll allow too much solar gain because you know when people will be in it, the temperature will have dropped and it will be a nice comfortable space and we'll have saved a lot of energy. So these are just some examples, but on the well-being side, the obvious issue is not just thermal comfort, as we've all been through this pandemic, it's ventilation. And ventilation is hugely important, as we've discovered. We still have an awful lot of unintelligent ventilation systems in our buildings, where we're not measuring load factors like CO2 and indoor air quality, and we're not responding to those needs. And we know that there's probably a very good correlation between CO2 and viral load as well, as it happens. So there's other examples as well. You can think of the comfort lighting is a classic example. Too much glare or too low lighting, both of them bring problems. And they affect performance, they can the desirability to be in a space. So you need better control of lighting as well, for the same reason. And if you actually look into literature on this, and I must admit, I haven't done that for a while now, but I did do it about 7 or 8 years ago. There was a lot of material then, and I'm sure there's a lot more now, about how all of this relates to productivity as well. So bringing around to the value proposition in part for the afternoon. Yes, energy is an easy thing to look at if you pay a bill. And it's quantifiable as a bill, you can see the impact. But comfort, well-being, other quality of the building environment, they have a feeling, because we spend all our time in buildings. We spend far more time in buildings than we're not in buildings, and let's face it, we all do. And it has a big impact on all of our performance and how we feel about the world, about everything and our productivity. So if you are more switched on, if you like, employer or service provider, and you're managing your buildings, and you'll realize that there is a dividend if you can at least articulate it. And to be able to do that, humans have a framework, humans have structure, which can then position this in a way by which you can then quantify or measure or somehow have a metric of how well you are achieving these things. Now, is the SRI perfect for doing this? No, it isn't. Is it a start? And it's covering some of these grounds, but I'm going on too long. So the job of the moderator to come.
Let's say the rule is that we should speak no more than 5 minutes. But I consider that you answered both questions. That's why I can be but Paul is always like that. So he has so many things to say. He's so experienced. He's in the field for over 30 years. So it's always a pleasure listening to his opinion. In any case, before we proceed to the next set of questions, I would like to ask Paul, because Paul said something very interesting. He referred to the gap in building automation and control systems information for EPCs. And indeed, there is a gap there. And my question to Bonnie is, since she's the chairman of the committee for building automation and control systems, if we have any initiatives in this field, any new working items which will bridge this gap and give some solutions for that. That is how we consider facts in the calculations for EPCs.
Fantastic. Paris, I'm sure you're aware, and I'm sure you're asking me deliberately, so I can actually share with the rest. But yes, of course we do. We always want to improve, and we always want to be practical and useful. So we don't develop standards for nothing. There is a purpose, and the standard has to be fit for purpose. This is the first rule. And of course, we also are based on consensus there, which is fantastic, by the way. I love working with different people that represent sometimes very different interests. And to find consensus in this is really important. So I rely on the experts in my technical committee to come up with ideas, and then we can, of course, develop this together. But certainly, we do have, our business plan is published. Anyone can see it on the Sense Analytics site. And we have a strategic work program until 2030. So basically, this is our, and every year we and we started last year. So let's see how we'll move through this. But certainly, the SRI is one of our leading priorities. Our standards are supposed to support the implementation of the EPBD. And of course, just due to the nature of this committee, the smartness part of it is what is in our focus. So, and we won't do this alone. And you know this because on Monday we had our workshop in Sense Analytics. We'll do it together with other technical committees. I would like also to mention our involvement with Census 371, which is on the energy performance of buildings. We are very proud to be part of that as well. And Yap is here, I assume. Yap. So we collaborate 5 technical committees in there, and it's on energy performance of buildings, as well as indoor environmental quality. So that's how we are going to come to the EPCs, because the calculations is based on this set of family of standards. And
50 to 120 is one of the key standards then.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. And indeed, 50 to 120 has provided some very important answers to the quantification of the impact of the effect of automation in energy efficiency. The engineers, we have a methodology there. It might be simplified, it might be a first approach, but it is a methodology. We have something in our hands to work with it, improve it, and start linking smartness with energy efficiency in a quantified manner. So I would like to thank both. And then we move on to the next cluster of questions. So it concerns investing in building smartness. And Olivier, our question to you, from an investor's perspective, what are the key considerations when evaluating the potential of a smart building project? So what do the investors see in order to take the decision and proceed in smartness upgrades within a building project?
Yes, the paramount consideration from an investor is, of course, the user perspective, the tenant perspective, especially in commercial buildings. So we had this great introduction by Paul about what tenants want, what users want. That's key. That's not even number one, it's number zero, it's due. Then there are three elements that an investor will consider. The first is, does my project imply that I can better control the CapEx and OpEx, the cost of my building on the long term? The investments needed to renovate all the buildings are massive. On the European scale, I think President von der Leyen mentioned something like 700 billion euros until 2030. In France, Jean-Pierre Ferry published a report last year where he mentioned that annually by 2030 it will be 48 billion euros for France. So the CapEx are massive. And when you invest in a small building project, you want to ensure that what you do helps the ability of your building to not be obsolete by 2030, especially in renovation. Then the second perspective, of course, is, do I comply with regulation? Again, the impact, the impulse given by the European Commission, the European Union, has been excellent, has been expected. When you're an investor, you believe that you have to try to fight climate change, but you also believe that you don't want to fight on your own, alone. Competition is fair when regulation helps. And this is the case here. A strong competition ensures that everyone must comply. And this is how investors will be confident in investing in smart technologies for their projects. Then the third consideration, maybe on a lower level, but it will gain importance, is does my smart building project improve the resilience of my asset? Resilience to climate change, resilience to energy transition / insecurity. Does it help? We have some working signals on the market, but they are stronger and stronger. Less and less good. That's this question of interest. So again, regulation, ability to drive my CapEx and OpEx, and resilience of my project.
Yes, if I may ask you to clarify CapEx OpEx, this is clear. Based on which grounds? So energy efficiency or concerning, for example, comfort. Is that a way to monetize comfort improvement? Because this is actually our question here.
Yes, comfort it will be the reason number zero, the reason given by Paul. If the building is not comfortable enough, the tenant will leave. And then an empty asset has a very, very bad yield.
Yes.
So it's comfort is my asset an asset or not?
Olivier, the question is, do we have a standard? Do we have a methodology to do that, or it's just piloting? We say that it has to be comfort in order to have tenants.
It's difficult to answer. It's not quantitative enough, but it will be step by step. it's a new consideration for users, and I think Paul can comment on this, that the issue of comfort is so important. 10 years ago, it was not that much the case. So we don't have enough data points to have a very precise scale saying 1 point extra comfort leads to a higher yield of 0.2. We don't have that, but we are sure that comfort has a clear impact.
Clear enough, and thank you for your answer. You realize that this is a 1 million question, so in order if we are able to say, okay, comfort can be quantified like this, like that.
And I don't have 1 million. This is why I'm very approximate on my answers sometimes.
But let's try to make this more specific, and here we come to Patrick.
Yeah.
The Swedish point of view. So indicators, benchmarks. So I want to invest in the upgrade of the smartness of the project, or for the smart readiness, because we are here for the SRI. How does the market behave? Do we have some benchmarks? Do we have some indicators? For example, if I were a designer for a PV project, I would go back to my investor and say, okay, you know, we invest that much with this IRR, with that NPV, with that discount rate, and you have these 3 projects, and this is how they perform, and this is how you take a decision. So what about the smart buildings project? Do we have benchmarks and indicators relevant, similar, or how do we approach that?
It's an interesting question. And looking back to some of the comments before here, yeah, of course, at the end of the day, they have a tenant that you have to be relevant to. So I think if you start with that perspective, there's a lot of people looking into green lease agreements. We have tenants with ambitions, and they still have to find a building that is comfortable, but also sustainable. So I think with that said, we can start to motivate the green lease agreements, helping in commercial buildings, tenants to be compliant with different things they need to be compliant with, and the building at the same time. And then, of course, what is the metric? Kilowatt hour per square meter. And you also know how much carbon is there. And different, you know, you've seen the electricity map. Some countries in Europe have more footprint and some less. I come from a less, so we have high requirements on optimization, but that forces us to move beyond and also assist the tenants, not only to be energy smart in the building. So that is really interesting. Another metric that is interesting when it comes to tech, everybody talks about IoT sensors. Why do they make sense? And we say from the core, together with our clients, usually a real estate owner, developer, or manager, usually have a lot of buildings. We say you need a sensor to make the building sustainable and smart. So knowing is half the battle. So you need to focus on putting, because all of a sudden you can be non-digital sustainable. You can put in almost too many sensors, too much tech, but you don't earn anything from it. But we haven't seen that so much yet. So I don't think it's a big risk. But anyway, so when you look at the digital twin today, and there's a lot of talk about that, thank you for all the demos today, it is the energy twin and the decarbonization twin. And one benchmark here is actually speed, the velocity. And we need to accelerate together the pace to decarbonize the built environment. And so 1 degree is how well do you support the ecosystem? You've seen us here. You used to take a lot of part in this ecosystem, but you also have a lot of small players here. And we need to be able to work together. And this is, with the SRI, is a brilliant way of showing how we can measure that. It's a holistic view on the ecosystem working together, different domains. It's actually the first one doing it in a non-vendor connected way, independent way. So I believe that's the last thing for me answer that question. So, yeah.
So if I could summarize, we start with energy consumption, CO2, IoT sensors, speed, and how well do we support the ecosystem. I will keep these 5 benchmarks as those that are taken into consideration in order to take a decision as an investor for proceeding in the smart project. Great. Okay, now we have concluded with the first 2 rounds of questions, and I would like to address the audience. If there is any question, anything that you would like to ask based on what you have read by now, please don't be shy. Raise your hands. Please.
Hello, I'm Rodrigo Garcia from Geographic Research. I found really interesting the intervention of Paul Wade about the co-benefits of smart buildings. So we are quite also focusing on that topic because I wanted to ask if in this experience there are already figures you're working on or that you're finding reliable to connect those co-benefits to monetary outputs or quantification methodology.
Paul, you have 8 minutes to answer.
I'll take 16.
Thank you.
We should have had a system set up, by the way, not on the table or something to say you're 5 minutes of up or something. So thank you. That's a great question. I think it's not an area I work in on a regular basis. So it's not only an area I peek into every now and again. But yes, there does seem to be work on it. There's a lot of economists that have been looking into trying to quantify these co-benefits, convert them into health terms, and then convert them into financial terms, which can then be acted upon and given, put in the same frame as the OPEX CAPEX decision making in some sense. But a lot of what we're talking about, it goes down to, if you're not measuring it, you don't know about it, and if you're not reporting it, you can't act on it. And it's sort of so we're all aware that these things do exist. We are aware that they are significant, but there's not always an agreed on structure or how to actually go on about doing the measurements, reporting on the measurements, and then doing the associated quantifications to turn them into, in this case, sort of economic co-benefit analysis, etc. There's no doubt this, when all the material I look into this, it always strikes me actually that people who have looked into this are reporting very big numbers. So they seem to be much more important in actual, if you were to put them in the value of health, for example, into economic sense, you would think you're underestimating in maintaining it because it's so fundamental to everything else which drives economic output. And if you were to do similarly in terms of the other co-benefits, I think you will find again that they actually do have large material, they do have a large impact. So it's an area where there should definitely be more attention. And great you're working on it. And I think there's a lot more ground to bring this all together into some holistic framework, I hope. So was that under 16 minutes?
Okay. Any other questions from the audience? Please.
Hi, I'm a researcher from KDH, Sweden. I actually have a question to Bob from Siemens. We are working with building technology, so working a lot with Siemens Sweden. And we got some questions, for example, if we start to improve the smartness of building, not just office, but also residential buildings. We have a lot of renovation projects, for example. And when it comes to data interoperabilities, there are quite much problems because, for example, in some old buildings, you have certain PLCs and the code was generated in different ways. And if we want to install Siemens solutions, because Siemens has a complete solution usually, we either need to adapt the PLC codes and streamline the data models with Siemens existing ones, or another way around. So from your perspective, how do you see technically the vision from Siemens perspective? If in the future we have a lot of small players in the control part or developing different PLC codes, how we can streamline the data model with Siemens?
Okay, so I'm not here for Siemens, but of course I'm proud to be part of Siemens. And
Bori, for sure you will answer that question, but this is a kind request for our audience. Our topic today is investments for smart buildings. So please, let's try to keep our questions in this field and in the areas that our panelists are inclined. But please, Bonnie, you can answer this one.
I will try to answer sort of answer in bold, and we can touch base after that, and we can continue talking. So we have done this. We always have legacy systems somewhere. For many years, we do the APIs basically in order to have interoperability. So we started with mapping at the beginning. That was 30 years ago, and you map data point to data point and all the rest. Of course, it's not the status today. So actually, I would like to bring standards here, because if everyone in the industry, in the building controls industry, has followed standards and standard open protocols that are used widely in the industries, like BACnet or KNX, then we won't have these problems. Yeah, so we have a very good opportunity to now, with the renovation of buildings also, when we're upgrading, to upgrade to that. So that is about standards. And the other thing is, nowadays we're working with digital platforms. So at the end of the day, it's really not so much the physical interface, but the data. So basically, the moment you start transferring, exchanging data, you can use this, regardless which system it comes from. And this is something where my company is involved in. I'm sure that the other companies are also doing this. But this is the way of the future. We will have this interaction, and I can see Patrick nodding here. This is the way we are going to do it. We are doing it actually already. And otherwise, I can only advise that we have the practical and useful standards that are developed at European and international level that we should follow, because these are best practice.
Patrick, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I can follow up on that. We actually have an active KTH research project in Sweden with colleagues to you. I just arrived from that meeting yesterday, just to hear. So there we actually look into that. Siemens is not a partner yet. Schneider is, but soon we'll see Siemens there. And the thing is that you're to the point. We need to find an open, collaborative, open sourced way even. No one owns the way we integrate. We do it in a joint manner that everybody can trust in the long term. So I think it's a good question. So, and it absolutely has a point into investment. So protecting the question.
So, this was happening my comment as well, that we can't consider.
It's from Sweden. So.
Yes, I'm taking back my comment and I apologize. So we can't say that interoperability may be an obstacle for investments, because if we don't work all together in, let's say, a compatible manner with open protocols that can collaborate, and we cannot proceed to, let's say, a specific upgrade, but we have to do everything from the onset, then this might be an obstacle for investments. So using similar protocols, open protocols, similar practices, standardized practices, this enables investments in the field. And this is a message to keep from this, let's say, question and from this session as well. And taking this as a stepping stone, I would like to proceed to the next question, which is for Bonnie, and it has to do with standardization. So we did set earlier a question on standards for PACs and EPC specifically, but let's discuss a bit more general. So it's about SRI and standards, and what is the role of standards in order to establish SRI as a common accepted methodology. And Bonnie, before I give you the floor for your answer, I would just like here to announce, I knew that this Monday, it was a very important moment, the 4th of March. Why? Because we had the first CEN activity for SRI. It was the first workshop of CEN, which was initiated by a LifeSet project for the development of the methodology for SRI on-site audits. Officially, SEN has joined the SRI era, and we have the first activity that will support the development and establishment of the SRI, that is for the on-site SRI audits. The next panel that will be moderated by our very good friend Thomas Messervey is exactly for this, let's say, development, for this new initiative of which is supported by SEN, and it's a very significant moment. So having made this introduction, Bonnie, you can give us your point of view for the role of standards in establishing SRI.
Establishing SRI or clearer investment decisions?
To facilitate clear investment decisions, yes. SRI for investment decisions, yes.
Okay, never mind. I'm just having fun. All right. I just want to engage the audience actually and see how well they pay attention. So how many of you know that there is a standard behind the SRI calculation methodology? Okay, so maybe 50%? Huh? No? 30? Oh, I'm an optimist. Okay.
40%.
Let's say 40, and maybe by the end of this event there will be 50. Okay, so this is this famous standard that we keep saying with Paris, which is the EN ISO 52120, which is one of the key standards in the calculation of energy performance of buildings. So it was just my spontaneous survey. Okay, let's be serious now. So how can standards help? And I would like to start with the investment decisions actually. I read the report from the European Investment Bank just from last year. And they did some analysis of criteria for risk assessment for investment. And one of them was that the lack of standard is associated with a risk. So that was one of the basic conclusions. And I can very well understand why. Because investors, I haven't done anything.
This one works.
They can run out of battery.
Oh, okay. Then you can have mine, please.
That's my thing.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, guys. Okay. So, in other words, investors actually want to have clarity, certainty, ways to manage risks in order and transparency to take decisions. We already spoke about regulations, but actually standards is together with regulations, because regulations give you certainty in the political and market environments, and standards actually support the implementation of regulations and give you the common language and the quality control. They build the trust. So they don't come from one company or one association or the commission or whatever else. It's actually open to everyone. And in Europe, our system, our standardization system includes 34 TCs, technical committees, national technical committees, that if they are interested and want to participate, they will participate. In any case, they have the same at the end when something is developed, whether they vote for it, they approve it, or they have to provide comments. So this is a very strong communal development of standards. And here, of course, we're talking about technical standards, but you know what up to standard means, or for anything, when we say I have high standards or something. So standards set the level. They set minimum requirements. They give guidance. They're also for quality control of processes or managing of something. So when the SRI needs some of this certainty through standards and the common language, because it's a common methodology, similar to the EPCs, we're going to start speaking the same language, and that there is the room for standardization to support the acceptance of the SRI. Actually, I think the SRI is very well accepted, to be honest. Maybe not where you're sitting, but I can see in the market quite a bit of activities in this direction, and people have a lot of interests in the SRI. So I think it is probably time for standardization to do something, and I'm very happy also to participate in this. It's called Sense and Elect Workshop Agreement. This is one of the deliverables together with standards, and okay, that would be covering just the on-site audit procedure. Okay, but there are many other things. We've been talking this morning about common tool, for example. Not that SEN is going to develop a common tool, but we can have a process for quality control, for example, because if we have, I don't know, 10, 100, however many tools, it's all good, but how do we ensure there is quality in all of them? And this is where standards come. It's the same with the qualification of assessors. There are standards that actually can specify what is required and what is high quality assessor. Okay. We have the calculation methodology. Certain things are set and they cannot be changed, at least for now. We can also standardize this. The service catalog we already spoke about, so this is already in the standards. But this, of course, could improve. That's why we have the system, and that's why we keep working on it. It's actually quite exciting. I know when I accepted to become the chair of the committee, saying, how can you do this? This is so boring. I find it anything but boring. It is the way to actually really work for the common good, to apply your expertise together with other people, other experts. You talk to experts there. And it's really exciting to me. It's exciting. Anyone that has the expertise is very welcome to join us as well. A bit of, you allow me. I'm not advertising for Siemens. I'm advertising for here. Yes. So this would be one thing. So yes, what I wanted to say is lack of standards is a risk. And on the contrary, having standards brings certainty. And of course, together we can decide when, for which purpose. I hope in our platform that we all participate in this community, we can together decide what needs standardization and develop standards that fit the purpose.
Thank you very much. Very clear messages from Bonnie, and a main message for everyone in this room to take with. Okay, I'm also a professor, so I'm giving lectures, and these are the messages that I get to my students. We all need to know before we leave this room that SRI actually originated from the EN standard 15232, which is now withdrawn, but indeed it's the standardization word that gave the grounds for the SRI methodology. Not for all domains, but most of the domains were already analyzed in standards. And because of the standards, we now have the SRI methodology. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, just let me one sentence because I think it's very important.
Yes.
It is an international standard. That's why I'm saying EN ISO. So
Yes.
we managed to bring it at international level. We work with the whole world together.
Exactly. So that the new version of the standard is an ISO. It's not a European anymore. It's an international standard. So our methodology is there. And Europe is leading developments. And this is what we aim to do. It's one of the pillars of our, let's say, of the European Union. We want to lead developments. We want to lead innovation. And this is a very good example for the assessment of smart buildings where we have given the lights to the rest of the world. And that is great. So thank you, Bonnie. And let's move on to the next field of questions. Resilience and improvement. So we have now two questions, one for Patrick and one for Olivier. And starting with Patrick, the question is how can stakeholders ensure their investments in smart buildings remain resilient to technological advancements and changes in user expectations? Patrick, please.
Another really good question. A building, we build it to last 50, 100, 500 years. In this city, there's a lot of old buildings. How often do you switch technology? How often do you renovate the building when it comes to digital? 15 years, 20 years, if you're lucky, 30 years. I've seen Siemens systems being like 30 years, and we need to integrate with them. So thank you for sustainable technology in a way. But now when it's emerging into AI and smart things, you need to connect it in a new way. And we know everything's shifting really quickly. We've seen, again, generative approach with AI, it's emerging quickly. How can we adopt that in a building? And 3 months later, it's a new technology. We can't change it. We need to be digital sustainable as well as before. So I would say that a good starting point is when you address this, when you start to the digital depth you have in your buildings, when you start to address that, you have to be, of course, modular. We learned that the hard way in other areas. So you can switch out pieces without switching out everything. Modular pieces that talk according to standards, openly with each other, so you can move and switch over time and renovate. Now, all of a sudden, we put a digital brain in the building, a smart brain we train with AI and such, and a neural system we call IoT, and I see new sensors every day, and you talked about it. We have sensors in rooms detecting human behavior, changing the ventilation system and such. And we're going to see a new one a couple of months later, a startup in here soon say, oh, I have another sensor. Then it needs to work with the controlling system. There's all of a sudden it's an AI. I program PLC code. It's really funny. It's been like that in 30 years, the same. But now it's something new. And we're replacing that quickly. But it has to be able to be slowly integrated in a trustful way, not removing the trust in this. You all followed the attempts to put systems down, I think. We joined NATO today. So for some reason, we're really interesting place to be hacked right now. A building is a thing that might be worthwhile getting into and disrupt. So security is also really, really important here. We learn the hard way in cloud services and so on, and now all of a sudden we need to bring that into a building. We know that there's still buildings that have open firewalls. You can address DMS systems from outside. Stop doing that. It has to be secure in another way. So I think it's a combination of things that you need to start to think about when you say resilient. Technology-wise, security-wise, component standards and so on. All the way out to a tenant that sees new things every day. Everybody heard about home assistant, smart stuff. And they say it takes ages to just connect something in this building versus commercial. But at home, I just connect my Zigbee sensors and all of a sudden I have Apple stuff doing this and I can optimize it. How do we get that into the building? And we're actually going to answer that question later in this round. How do we get smart home technology? So I think that's, have you removed? There's that. Because that's challenging this, absolutely. So I will get back. Any questions?
I think we have clear messages from Patrick. He gave some aspects of the resilience of the smart buildings and the challenges when the technology is developing and what we should keep in mind in order to follow those solutions that are more resilient. And I would like to move to the next question to Olivier. Olivier, emerging trends in finance and smart building technologies. So, and with emphasis on those that can improve human comfort and building efficiency. Would you like to give us a few words on that?
Yes, I'll try. Hope it's not a long-winded question. So what you have seen from Patrick is with his passion that it's always more and more complicated topic that needs expertise, programming expertise. Improve human comfort now brings new elements around CO2 or other air pollutants. Building efficiency includes new AI-based models. It's way more complicated than the legacy Siemens systems from 30 years ago. And this is an input that we have to have in mind. Then there is the global context. The global context is that commercial real estate, office real estate, is in a deep crisis across Europe. We have a risk of having stranded assets for reasons, especially with also you run out of battery. Talk too much. So the risks of having empty buildings, empty assets includes reasons based on human comfort and building efficiency, buildings that are too costly to manage. So the context doesn't help. It makes this question more and more essential. Now it's time to answer it. So how do you finance it? Because you need expertise, and there are not that many Patricks in the world, you need to find, well, you have to find all the different Patricks that you find. You need deep expertise, and usually people working in finance, in asset management, don't have this expertise. So what the new emerging trend that we see is that the financing comes from third parties. Asset managers won't be able to organize, structure the financing of these smart building technologies on their own. They need expertise from other companies with a deep technology knowledge. And some of these companies with deep technology knowledge, they have set up new business models where they say, okay, you don't understand anything about this smart building technology, but you need to improve the human comfort and the building efficiency of your buildings. We do that for you. And you will pay us with the savings on managing your building. Pure third-party financing. It starts with retrofitting the lights of your building. Excellent ROI to that. And then it gets into more and more complicated models, including financing very powerful AI-based BACS systems.
So this is a new interesting definition because by now we have ESCOs, but what you describe is something else as ESCO. So not an energy service company, but a smartness service company. So this might be the next step. So for the establishment of the smart buildings, and in a similar manner as we have this for the energy upgrade buildings, for the smartness upgrade, we could create a new market, which the SRI will also support, and will be actually what you have described, the expertise and the finance together for the upgrade of smartness of buildings. So the SS codes, not the S codes. Great one, thank you. All right, so before we move on to the last round of questions, do we have any questions from our audience? Please.
Just to follow your, let's say, intuit idea, I want also to think about So if we look on the building, so we can see three fluids, electricity, water, gas. And if we think in the direction of the fourth fluid, that could be the smartness, the data, and we try to correlate the standardization or virtual coin, I don't know, something like this, is something that could help to have a better ground understanding of maybe by having a new market that is driven by several different indicators, not technically indicator, but also financial indicator. Is it something that it's already maybe elaborated a little bit around?
Yes, it is being elaborated slowly, but absolutely. Today, the smart features of a building are or should be handled the same way as the electricity features of a building. We also call this the fourth fluid. We need the experts, we need the SSCO experts, the technicians, as we have electricity technicians on a building, but it's present and future. It's not done yet.
So thank you. In order to keep our time, we have to move on to the last session of questions. We have the last question for Olivier, Bonnie, and Patrick. Paul, if you want to intervene, for sure you have the floor as well. So, I think this is the essence of our, let's say, session here of our panel. How do we boost smart building investments? So I think this is what we aim to keep from this meeting now. We have given very interesting information. I'm keeping notes just to resume at the end what we have said today. But let's start with the models and incentives that could drive the investments for smart buildings. And always towards prioritizing the comfort and energy efficiency. So this question is for Olivier and Bonnie. The financial models and incentives for achieving it, please.
We'll give them a break. So, all right. Financial models. We can do performance contracting. It's one of the traditional, I would say. It doesn't have to be only energy. It could be more than energy. Active performance contracting is, for example, something that includes already the integration or the interaction with the grid on top of the energy performance of the building. I think it has been mentioned, the X as a service, as we call it. So there are different building services that are offered as a service. So there are no upfront investments. Heating, lighting as a service, building management system as a service. So this model seems to be quite popular or picking up. Then public-private partnerships. That is something that also has been used. Green loans, green lease is also something that's becoming more and more attractive to the financial sector. Then we have something that is called pay as you profit, if you want. Because it is not only about saving the energy, it is actually saving operating costs. When you have unhappy tenants or occupants in a building, that costs you. So if you actually can avoid that, then you would profit, wouldn't you? And you can certainly put a figure to it. Also related to the wear and tear of technical equipment. So the service calls that you might get that are not actually scheduled, but they are because you haven't operated your systems the way they should be. And then another one, pay as you profit, is additional income that the owners of a building that is actually interactive, grid interactive, could benefit from. So at the end of the day, all these things could be measured and could be monetized or valorized. And then, of course, you have to arrange with the financial institution how to do that. And I heard just today, I knew that this is a way of business model. I stole it from Thomas. But for certain buildings, like grocery stores, they use crowdfunding. This is really, really interesting. So maybe there are other building types, but certainly these ones. So they do an EPC, but with crowdfunding. So it's very, very interesting. Thank you, Thomas, for this, and I hope you don't mind that I share. Okay. Shall I close with the financial models? Because I have a few ideas about the incentives as well, maybe.
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Okay. In any case, anything that we have or we are trying to achieve with the Smart Readiness Indicator, which is energy performance, health, well-being, comfort, and then the flexibility of the building supporting the energy system. Actually, all these three can be incentivized. We have to be creative and see how to do this. But for example, a building. Let's talk about a building. Of course, is the building owner, but could be incentivized for supporting the energy system. So if I actually help the energy system, the district, to avoid congestion, maybe in some cases, then this could be incentivized. And I know it's happening in some places. Also incentivizing proven performance. I think this is very important when we talk about smart buildings, because if it's smart, then it has incentives, it monitors, and it can report. So why do we incentivize without having actually the KPIs, the measured, proven performance? Then perhaps also about the sharing or delivering the data for digital certificates. So a smart building would be able to do that with no problem. Certificates or databases, whatever is required. Okay. Property taxes as well, through property taxes, and again, contribution to the better, well, basically you contribute to a better district in a way, or neighborhood. So somehow that has to be incentivized. We simply have to incentivize good behavior and good citizenship. All right, maybe just one more point, which is important. Anyhow, through our regulatory framework, we know very well that with the EU taxonomy, for example, people, companies and financing institutions are incentivized to actually perform in relation to sustainability, to the criteria that we have for climate adaptation and mitigation, and also the newly introduced ETS, emission trading system 2 for buildings. So this is also a way of incentivizing, if you want. Might not be the one that people want, but it is hopefully effective. So I think I'll stop here and maybe give you the opportunity. You have the rest.
Yes, I think we just had a great list to boost the smart building investments. I don't think we need that much more money, but I'll try to. You mentioned green loans and green bonds. I'd like to comment on this. In the past years, there used to be, when all the rates were very low, what happened for banking institutions was that your project would pass or fail. You have or you don't have the money from the bank. Now, for the first time, because bankers are more and more knowledgeable and conscious about the issues, the green topic, and because the rates are higher, I don't know what Chris Lagarde will say this morning, but it will remain high for quite a time. It gives now the opportunity for bankers to change the rates. So it's not only pass or fail, it's pass at this rate or that rate. That's very new. I used to ask the questions to my customers last year, and they all said, no, it doesn't change, not even by 1 basis point. Now it does change. So that's new. Green bonds are different from our specific color of bonds. Then the XAAS, something as a service, absolutely. When you have 700 billion euros to invest to renovate your portfolio, when you have stranded assets, one option is to increase the number of people in the good buildings, in the top 15% buildings. This is called the intensity of use. And to me, that's a key element to have in mind. What is more energy efficient? A building that consumes 100 kilowatt hours per square meter per year with a lot of people inside, or a 20 kilowatt hour per square meter per year building that is empty. We all know the answer. And the intensity of use is key. It's not kilowatt hours that matter. It's from the planet Earth perspective, so the global side, which means for each individual building, you have to take into account intensity of use. And this will be helped by the new models around XAAS. An example is a co-working site. The Comet building here makes money because it's intensively used. And Comet meeting buildings work very well, have an excellent business model. So definitely, this is a model that can help boost the smart building investments. A last one, you also mentioned something similar regarding resiliency and what the positive externalities in the neighborhoods, the district. Yes, the new pricing models of energy, especially of electricity, that are starting to appear in all member states. Companies, tenants, consumers, professional consumers will be rewarded for what they do at specific times with very short notice. And this will only be possible if they have the appropriate BMS, if they have the appropriate tools, because they will not pay someone to manually change the scenarios of the building at any time of the day of the night. They need systems for that. So I think the new pricing models of electricity will be a key driver.
Thank you very much for that. Paul, we have another 5 minutes. Last question for Patrick. If that's okay with you. If it's going to be a short one, please go ahead.
Well, it's an observation, which is that Olivia mentioned that his introduction that's actually regulatory compliance, I think, is your second on your list after comfort and other aspects. The revision of the EPBD is talking about having minimum requirements in or eliminating the lowest efficiency classes under the EPC. If the EPCs were be to adjust it to actually effectively take account of what actually is being assessed in the energy term in the SOI, then you could bring in smart control of the buildings as a factor that would affect your EPC rating. Now, that would mean that there would be a bigger demand, obviously, for smart control, but also it's quite likely to be the cheapest and least hassle way of complying with the requirements. If you have to comply by renovating the building fabric, you'll have a lot of opposition. There will be a lot of issues about disruption to the property, etc., and access to the property and these kind of things. If you have to simply change some old equipment and put in some better equipment, it's a lot more feasible and faster to deliver as well. It doesn't take anything like the intensity. So I think there is an opportunity in the regulatory framework to actually link these things by having smarter EPC actually, which could help drive that investment and meet the requirements. So in principle. So.
Well, thank you for that. Very interesting comment. We are almost there with our last question. Then I will just resume for 2 minutes and we can conclude. So the last one is for Patrick. It has to do with the existing buildings, and the existing buildings is always a big challenge in converting our built environment into a sustainable one. And it regards investment strategies for existing buildings for upgrading their smartness. So what do you see as being effective in this field, Patrick?
Another interesting question these days. Where do we put our money? Bang for the bucks, investment strategies. We need to accelerate as well. We talked about that. We know it has to be modular, open, and so on. But now you're there. You have a portfolio. Doesn't matter if it's multi-family buildings or commercial. You need to address this portfolio. Where do I start? I've been out there seeing buildings where you actually, it's like imagine if you sell vacuum cleaners and you put down some dust on the floor, but you don't even have electricity to demo it. Sometimes I feel like that coming to a building. I don't even know where to start. There's a big digital debt out in commercial and multifamily buildings we need to address quickly in an efficient way. I wish to say that Siemens organization or Schneider could alone support this. It doesn't work like that. We need to support all of us. So we need to work together collaboratively. And so the strategy I would have, if I had 100 buildings, I would address the ones where I have most bang for the bucks. And that's where I have the possibility to do something quickly. It might not be a full-blown BMS system or SCADA system and everything connected, but there's something I can interact with. And then I would add just the amount of sensors needed, the minimal viable neural system, and put an independent optimization in that building. I can scale of my portfolio quickly. And then I would ask all my friends to work together openly and don't compete, collaborate, I would say. And I would procure it like that and use open standards and contribute, if not enough, in the standards committees that are open for everyone. When we're there, I can start to have a priority list. And you figure out really quickly that a third is almost like, okay, sweet spot, let's do it. Mostly bang for a buck. You have a tail, and we have third, if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, it's half of it. You have to rip out stuff and put in new stuff, or Siemens and their partners. And then somewhere in between, you can start to work smart with existing technologies and ramp up. So it has to be a combination of things, but you have to be really clear in the requirements. When I get this technology, I have to be able to talk to it in an open manner, in a modular manner. And you have to work together and collaborate around it. We have standards now originating from Germany. It's a new IoT standard called MyOT. Really good example that adds value to sensors and interoperability, solving a lot of tough problems. And we have new backnet standard that is evolving, so making it building plug and play with auto discovery and such. It wasn't that difficult to say MyOT and backnet in the requirements. But all of a sudden you have an open, adaptive, collaborative building, technology-wise. And it's going to be there for many, many years. And we know in the US, they use a lot of backnet. Now Europe is pushing MyOT and LoRa. But anyway, so things like this. And I'm really sorry to say you in finance and economy, you need to start to care about SRI, because SRI is going to be the best tool for you to have a holistic view on where do I put my money. And the sweet spot doesn't have to be on the worst buildings. It can be going from 50 to 60%, not 10 to 50, because we have to look more long term. And even valuing the buildings doesn't have to be that the 90% buildings are better investment than the 70%, because there's other stuff you don't see there, like utilization, carbon intensity and such. So but SRI gives you a direction. It's a tool to do prioritization. And we're here to help you, by the way, the industry. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Patrick. We are there, so our time is over for this session. I would just like to quickly conclude with some messages that were, let's say, taken today by our esteemed panelists. Starting with Paul's, let's say, description why smart buildings are important, giving some, let's say, good examples of how making something visible helps to promote it, and the SRI is towards this direction. Olivier's messages about how does an investor decide to proceed with an investment for smart upgrade. Three very clear messages: how the OPEX and CAPEX perform with the investment, the regulations and the compliance with the regulations, as well as the resilience to climate change. By Patrick, some clear messages concerning indicators and benchmarks for smartness upgrade related to energy consumption, IoT sensors, speed, and support of the ecosystem. Of course, the messages of Bonnie Group for standardization, which were received by great enthusiasm by our audience, and the importance of standardization and the significance of aligning SRI with new standards and new working items and understand, and also the fact that SRI is a standards-based method. How the stakeholders can ensure that their investment in smart buildings remain resilient. The messages that were given by Patrick concerning the different protocols, the modularity, the need for this approach, the emerging trends in financing smart building technologies described by Olivier, concerning the risks and lack of expertise, and a very nice message was given in that one for the need of development of a new market for the smartness service companies in a similar manner as the energy service companies. And a very, very comprehensive analysis by Bonnie concerning the different models and incentives for driving more investments. I have here over 15 different mechanisms described. And of course, the point of view of Olivier on that as well. The fact that we are moving towards the green bonds, which change the environment. And finally, the existing buildings investment strategies as described by Patrick, the need for optimization, the use of clear standards, and the step-by-step approach, keep it simple, but make it work. So I hope that this was an interesting session, and I hope that some clear messages were given today. Indeed, there is a great need for investments to support this transition towards achieving smart buildings. The SRI is there, it is established, it is announced, it promotes the change, it promotes the improvement, the optimization of our built environment. It promotes sustainability, it creates new markets, it creates new approaches, it makes our environment, our built environment more resilient. It improves the quality, the comfort for tenants. It upgrades the smartness of the buildings. It upgrades the smart city concept and the smart grids. And of course, the investments, they have a very significant role in achieving that. I would like to thank everyone for attending this session. I would like to apologize to our online participants for not having time to reply to their questions. I commit that I will convey their questions to our panelists, and we will try to provide the answers in the next days. And we have now a short break, and we'll continue with the next panel with Thomas Messervey on site audits for the SRI and standardization. Thank you very much, everyone.
Chairs. Andre is getting someone. We'll start in just a moment. We have a missing panel member. Andre went to recover, recoup, and find.
Like she's on the plane already, so we can take off.
Did you notice Paris? Paris, are you here? I think I saw him leaving. He asked me, Tom, do you mind if you cover the last roundtable discussion? I'll give you 12 panel members. And some people have been noting a religious significance behind it. So maybe I introduce, we'll just get started. We're gonna have fun. I'll introduce what we're doing. So this is a little bit of a different roundtable. So as this Smart Square project, we're gonna share our ideas and share a few of our results. And then we welcome comments on that from our panel of all of the projects that are upstairs, because they also have results and ideas. So what I think what I'd like to do is suggest is instead of everyone introducing themselves, because I think that would be long at this point. I think each time any of us intervenes when we have a contribution, I think we should state who we are, where we're from, and how we relate to what we're about to say or what we're addressing. I think this will keep it moving a little bit faster. Maybe we finish early. Maybe. This is a 2-hour session. At the end, if we have time, we'll even demonstrate without a rehearsal an online tool that we launched yesterday that is awesome. Because I know everybody loves the idea of different tools made by everyone. So we made one too, but I think it's good if we see it, if it works. It's a call center concept. So we'll try that at the end without a rehearsal and see if it goes okay. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, that's what we. Welcome to the final 2-hour. We just covered the rules of engagement. And we're going to each introduce ourselves for about 15 minutes with our slides, and then we'll. Great. So as we get started, the next time we'll come together as a group or a cluster of SRI projects, or a next time. Maybe there's even another one before, but we will do that at sustainable places. And I have to apologize to Paris because it's right in the back of the room. It will be at sustainable places from 23 to 25 September in Luxembourg, organized with the list by Sylvain Kubicki, giving a great help to the organization of that. It will be co-located with the Built for People Partnership. It's a wonderful community. Join us. And there's rumors that there will be a fun dinner. It's not confirmed, but I saw it might be in a disco place. So we might be clubbing at sustainable places after the SRI workshop. What could be better than that? So our focus for this roundtable discussion, it's a little bit more practical, hands-on. We'll see that in a moment. Audits and certifications or assessments can be guided by a methodology. That methodology can be developed into a standard now. I think I have new respect for standards, and I get it better after the last session. Part of the work in the Smart Square project is to develop such a methodology and then test it during the project pilot activities and initiate a CWA towards standardization. So during this workshop, we'll present that methodology and some other things and get your feedback. That's what we're looking to do. The agenda or building blocks of this workshop and the methodology, we'll present a case study for some motivation. We'll present standardization activities. The methodology is the core of the workshop, but it's kind of fast. It's just a few slides, and then we'll talk about it. Perhaps we'll present some tools, and then we'll have discussion and feedback, but that also happens along the way. And the best part of the last workshop was the contributions of all of the panel members. So that will be the highlight also of this workshop, which is everyone here and there and here. It's pretty feeling myself. So I'll just leave that for a minute. And secretly, the other magician trick here. Could have just turned my computer, because I have to look at that the whole time because there's so many of them. And with the sun behind the window, I can't really see the faces, so this could get. Great, so let's go. Initial questions for thoughts, so some questions. So we didn't pair questions to each panel member, but I think we have some common questions, and these are our start point. And at lunch, some of the other panel experts gave me some ideas and gave us some ideas, so I hope that those come out during the discussion today. So part of it is, how can we help assessors? And who are those assessors? We'll see one in just a moment. How can we better stimulate and support building owners and stakeholders? Is there business to make and for whom? And maybe we all have different interests. I am generally a consultant, so I have this perspective. I want to make consulting revenue on the market. Others probably want to sell their hardware and software. Others want their building assets to go higher. Okay. How will the building sector react? Mandatory, voluntary, for which building types? How does it relate to the EPC we heard earlier? And I look forward to the other questions. And in my mind, we do a lot of building certifications. It's a market point of entry for us. Where will the SRI position? There are voluntary protocols. There are mandatory things you have to do. And there's some things in the middle based on your typology of building, how much energy you consume, or what country you're in. So where will the SRI essentially settle out in all that? And will it be the same for every type of building typology? Is something I'm quite interested in. As we think about the different tools, methods, and standards we adopt. So here's a case study. This is one of the building assessors at R2M, Alessandra Barbieri from the Politecnico di Milano. She's great. She leads our BREEAM in use protocol team. And I asked her before coming to this to prepare, how did you learn about the SRI approach and was it difficult? And she said the most difficult thing was the Excel spreadsheet and knowing where to look and where to click. But with respect to the protocol, with a background in buildings in BREEAM in use, she said it was a snap. Protocol is fairly simple. So this morning, at some points, I get the impression that some people think the SRI is a difficult thing to do. From her perspective, not difficult at all. It was about a 2-hour visit to a building. We'll see the type of building in a moment. And then an afternoon or a day to put together a nice consulting report to deliver to a client. The tool for the call center we may demonstrate at the end is a 10-minute process, but in a simplified approach for a different intent. This would be for a consulting report to tell someone also what to do. Someone like this. So I can't show the exact building, but buildings like this in Rome. A client didn't ask us for SRI, they asked us for due diligence protocol assessment. And when we do that, we give an assessment against a range of protocols. What moves this community, due diligence, when you buy and sell assets, are GRESB, ESG, LEED, BREEAM, WELL. So we do a pre-assessment against those protocols. And we say, as an option, if you would like, we'll throw in the SRI. 99.99 by tonight at 6. They opted for that option, and we also did that with a score of 14%. But the companies behind the due diligence and the recommendations on what to do had a series of tools for recommendations. So we were able to say, if you follow our recommendations against the other protocols, then this will raise your SRI to 41%. So we presented that. I think that's different than trying to go sell an SRI assessment. I think it bundles to what's already existing, what's already driving the markets. So this was an approach to offer that. The process for that case study that we just used as a stimulus. Someone found EU materials on the Smart Readiness Indicator webpage. They applied their experience and their study. They used the Excel spreadsheet, and then they applied the process typically used for BREEAM clients. Now we already have a process for a report, and this was familiar, so This is what was done. And then this kind of stimulates the discussion for those initial questions. You know, how can we better help these assessors? Could there be utility in a standard? Should we have a process for the insight inspection that this young assessor, without any guidance from the company, figured out on their own, went and did? Because they already do it well for other protocols. Not that it was the first time. And these other questions. So here I would like to take a pause because I've already talked too much and maybe look to our panel members. And this session is officially co-chaired by Arkadis. Arkadis is consulting on the markets in many places, strong in Italy, and in the Smart Square project, we have Piazza Loreto as a pilot, which is the renovation of a small urban district around a traffic circle in the Reinventing Cities program. So we can think of 30 to 50 to 70 million euro renovation of an area that will have a new urban space, a new metro, retrofitted the buildings. They'll launch the Loreto Open Community, smart community, smart this and that. So this is in there, and to win a competition like that, you have to do a lot of assessment against the Sustainable Development Goals, amongst many other things. So the level of assessment and protocol and it's very high. It's very rigorous. So until as you saw the case study there, I'm curious what you think about SRI, maybe how it fits into the due diligence markets or the lead well. Is there business to be made? What types of building typologies? Did this stimulate your thinking in the markets you operate in?
Working.
Yes, and let's remember, and to know I provide a little introduction, but please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Tom. I like to answer this question starting from my understanding of SRI. I think SRI, in one word, could be awareness, and at the same time, when I think about awareness instead of building, and if I have all data, I think I could have a kind of ongoing commissioning, and this is something that is very nice for all the protocols that we are following for our clients. Another thing that I would like to consider that for all our clients, even for the project or the community, if you have no data, you have no deal, and this is also good. As it is also good to know for better simulator supporting building owners and stakeholders' choices. I think what I really appreciate in the Loreto Community project introducing SRI is that the SRI actually can accelerate a better future for our planet, because we are dealing with different challenges, and with sensors and also smart devices, we can better regulate different challenges that are not only related to the energy performances, because this is of course very important, but also to the resilience and also to the water utilities, and of course the inclusiveness of the site. And I think that this is the main outcome that I can see in this project, where we are assessing the SRI not on an existing building, but on a design itself. So I think it is also important to include this as a process during the engineering, methodology and activities when we are making a new project. And this is what we actually are doing for this Loreto Community project. Another thing I would like to emphasize is that normally when we think about SRI, we think about private investors or owners and so on. In this project, Loreto Open Community, we have a public and private partnership. So we are going to assess a more, holistic, use of SRI, not only for the building stock, but also for the infrastructure, for the neighborhood, for something that belongs to the community. That's why the name of community, local Loreto Open Community. Yeah, I think this is the main, idea that comes to me when I speak, when I think about SRI.
Thank you. And I did want to direct or stimulate one other question. So then this one is for you. From the commission perspective, or as the design of the SRI has taken place, and maybe it connects even to the previous workshop. Are there any, when we say the SRI is for buildings, smartness in buildings, is there any favoritism towards buildings or any more important than the other? Does any come first?
Sure. Thanks, Tom, and thanks a lot for. I mean, I'm very happy to join this very extensive roundtable. Actually, I think that the aim ultimately is to address, well, a large share of the building stock, if not all the building stock, the same way as energy performance certification does. But in the end, of course, there are some buildings which are better equipped for smart readiness, and I guess that the aim is to first maybe have focus on those buildings, and I guess this is why the Commission's proposal for revising the directive, you know, is putting this threshold on the power of heating and cooling system for non-residential buildings, meaning targeting larger buildings which naturally, I would say, have the kind of equipment that would be assessed with the SRI. That being said, really to underline that, I guess, I mean, the aim is not to have a huge score. I mean, many people are disappointed, you know, when they test the SRI and they say, but look, I got, I don't know, 23%. Yeah, but I mean, the point is indeed to show where the improvements can be done. It's not, you know, the aim is not to give, to show that you have 99% on the SRI. Typically, there is an impact area about flexibility, adaptation to the grid, where buildings would generally score very low. And it's normal because this type of capabilities is not very largely deployed. So, voilà, addressing the whole building stock, but with the aim to improve smart readiness, not to show that my building has an exceptional score of smart readiness.
Thank you. And I would like to get a response from another panel member, but I don't know which one. But here's the question. Before that, we have Cecile, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm Cecile Laura from Acton Solution. I'm representing Smart EPC. And I think when I think about the SRI, I think it has a positive and negative chronology with the EPC. It's a positive as it comes after EPC for the research team and the people who need to deploy it, implement it, think about it, because we can learn from the problems that comes from the EPC deployment in Europe. So I'm wearing my French glasses here, and in France it's creating a lot of worry in the society, and a lot because it has been associated with a certain possibility to rent or sell under certain conditions your property, depending on what EPC class you get somehow. And this is for so it's EPC and this possibility to rent, for instance, it's something that will be really a reality for people in January 25, from January 25, and this is a lot of stress for people who get class F, for instance. And what can they do, you know, like do 40,000 euros of work in the house, they cannot survive. So all what so they associate SRI with EPC at the moment. When you speak, you say the fact is that when we speak with French people, we tell them it won't it will be mandatory, and it will be more like DPE, what we name in France, so an EPC French version. It's more this, it's a diagnostic, it's an evaluation and assessment, and not a label. So you mentioned BREEAM and so on. Why we need to say that? It's because we have in France several levels. So if we speak with the people we need help to further develop this technical framework of the SRI, we say we will compete with your R2S, R2T level. I think it's not a good start for the discussion. So we say it will be more like, you know, something mandatory, something that will be not in competition with what you have already done, and we will try to make it, to align it with what you have already done. We will use the same wording, we will try to use, if someone has a label, we will try to use this label to feed the SRI assessments. So yes, so I think it's positive on our side because we know what we have done not so good in the deployment of the SRI, of the EPC, sorry. So let's try, because we are at the beginning of the story, let's try not to repeat the errors. So I like it at the moment because it's very basic. So there is no like complication that people cannot follow, or in the EPC. In theory, if you want to do it really right, you know what's the composition of the walls. But no one knows the composition of the walls. So you enter a house and you ask people, so what's the composition of the walls? Of the wall, no one knows. So it's default value used, and it's degrading the class most of the time. So they leave it as a punishment. So I really hope that we will continue to do it right with the SRI. Make it kind of like continue to have this positive feedback from the first discussion that we had with building owners, because it was mentioned before in other discussion that people are interested, they want to learn, they want to understand what is in that, and they find it interesting that it's not only evaluating, assessing the energy efficiency, but also flexibility and the service to occupants, even if it can give them this idea that we are comparing pears and carrots a bit, but we can explain how we do that smartly. And we give them this possibility to play with the weighting of the different parameters. So even if it's not a super flexible building, there are not so many. In France, we are quite advanced in this in smart building, and we have not so many super flexible buildings. There are really one each, but a few tens. We were speaking with Village Olympique yesterday. I mean, even Village Olympique, they have finished the works last week, and they have one very flexible building in this group of buildings that they have created. So they have very good like energy efficiency, performance, and so on. So yes, so my point was that I think it's like very positive for us to go after the EPC, because we can learn from the EPC experience and try to maintain this simplicity avoid I think to make it to really preserve this positive feedback that we have. We have to capitalize on this and not turn it into something too complicated that will be lit as a punishment, as the EPC is a bit like lived in by the people who must now pay for it and then live with it, and it has consequences. So I hope we will be smart, and that we will continue to go step by step, really take into consideration the feedback of the test phase. It has been the case for the moment. France is a bit ahead because we have already done our first test phase, and we have already taken into consideration the feedback of this test phase on 30 buildings to modify certain weightings and so on. So the possibility to cancel one domain if it's not there in the building, you don't evaluate it, so that it does not degrade your final result. So yeah, let's be smart and go step by step and maintain this positive ambience around the SRI, and try to explain the maximum communicate about SRI and say that it's something to help people, and not link it with the possibility to rent a certain price, or we need to make money out of it, but in a different way.
In a positive, smart way. Thank you.
Yes.
And this ties in because I think, as you were talking, I thought most about homes. As Antonella was talking, we talked about the retrofit of an important area. Even the example I showed was for a big building, like a municipal building. And as we talk to each other, as we make standards, as we compare results, is it the same for each typology of building? Now, this workshop is about the on-site inspection procedure. We're about to get to that. But maybe just for a second, I deviate. When we make a dissemination and communication plan for our European project, we think about the key messages to each stakeholder, depending on who we want to get to for what objective and purpose. So as we think about the insight inspection procedure or the results that come of it, or the tools we use, is it the same for each typology of building? Or is it different? Please, Paul.
Well, there's a lot of factors involved in this. But one thing to convey is that the presumption is often that because you know a single family house, for example, or an apartment is a simple building, that you need a very simple communication tool. Whereas if you're dealing with a bigger building, which has more sophisticated building management, you can actually then communicate a more sophisticated message. But it is interesting because when we did focus groups, when we were first analysing how people react to the streamlining, we did focus group in Madrid with ordinary householders, and we did another one in Budapest. And they gave very consistent results, interestingly. And they actually, the response people have, yes, they want to begin with, they want a nice simple indicator. But then they think, okay, but how does this come? Right? How have you ended up getting whatever it is, 36% or something for a building? And then they go, okay, well, your three sub-indicators, you know, the key indicators, if you like, functionalities, and you give those, and okay, that makes some sense. But then where do they come from? And then when they see the matrix, which is of the domains showing the impacts, then it all clicks. And that clicked actually with just ordinary householders who are looking and says, okay, now I understand. So my heating has got this impact score and so on. And you can, yeah, so it doesn't feel so arbitrary where it's come from. Now, there are obviously differences in how the types of buildings relate to, I mean, where you would pitch the communication, how you would give the opportunity to then respond to that, or to go in more depth potentially, which it could be targeted to audiences, and it certainly has impact on how you do an assessment, because the first building which was assessed was a private household. The second building which was assessed was actually one of Vito's offices, and was quite a smart office. And it was very interesting how those assessments actually took place, because one of them was this classic walk-in inspection, knock on the door, hello, you know, and go through that process. And the second one was where you sit down with the building manager first and foremost, and you go through all of their technical documentation of what they have for that building. And then you, after you've taken the notes and you've indicated what you think is the case for the building, you then do your inspection and then see whether that actually is. So it's that kind of process. But you have an interlocutor that you're dealing with, obviously, who's the building facility manager. The facility manager is an interlocutor to whoever owns the building, and of course, to whoever occupies the building. So it's a little different to most owner-occupier situations. So there is an ecology here, but it's maybe not as different as people sometimes imagine in terms of the communication side from what we see so far. And then one last point to make as well is that we did this exercise where we did a mind exercise, thinking how long would it take to assess this, this, and this, when we were first considering what would be included. And we came up with a guesstimate, and it was informed in part because we had somebody who was a BM inspector, so the team was very helpful. And this gave us sort of estimates of what we thought would happen. Then we did these first two buildings, which did align quite well with that. And then there was actually taken out to a large number of stakeholders were invited to go and do self-assessments, and then reported back. And they did actually fall pretty nicely in these sorts of estimates of what's involved. So maybe I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but I think sometimes you can actually envisage what's going to be involved. And the one thing that I think might be important, we still have not really got very good results on, maybe this test phases have, is if you do repeatability. When you actually go and have a different assessor go and assess the same building, and then see what the variance is in the findings. Now, it'd be great to get some responses on that. In terms of the typology for the buildings and the communication, You wouldn't necessarily presume that you want to necessarily dumb it all down for simpler buildings, because at some point there will be a need to be able to explain it. You may not begin with it, but you would have the option of going there if people want to do it. And that's my personal opinion.
Thank you. And maybe I didn't finish my analogy. So in our EU projects, we create this mapping of our objectives and how we do something. So as we turn to the process for buildings, is our process always the same? And you started talking about also the process, and we talked about the facility manager and how we do that. And that leads right into the next part of the insight audit inspection process, the subject of the workshop. And how should we do that? And how should we help assessors do that? It starts with an announcement this week on Monday. We've heard it before. You will see it again, just the announcement that there was the first standardization activity for the SRI kicked off this week. Congratulations to that team. The SEN workshop on standardized on-site SRI building audits, framework development workshop, and it is open. It's organized by Azrolithia, kicked off with other participants. The workshop chair is Paris. And if anyone would be interested in contributing, is to send an email to Paris, and it's just a conscious selection procedure to make sure that anyone that wants to contribute is committed to contributing. So now we'll look at what that standardization process is proposing to standardize. It's the methodology for this SRI assessment procedure. First, a comparative assessment of EN 16247 was made for energy audits, and energy audits involve detailed hands-on steps like on-site inspections, data collection, and direct measurements, whereas the SRI skips direct measurements and on-site evaluations, emphasizing a building's smart technology adaptability. There are some steps omitted in the SRI as compared to the energy audits, which are visualized here. On the outer ring, we see the energy audit and also the SRI. Let's go big on that. So what has been proposed is that for the SRI, we can follow the steps of the energy audit and best practices in that field, with some adaptations and removing some steps. So step 1, preliminary contact. 2, the startup meeting. 3, data collection remain intact. These colored ones for the measurement plan, because there are no measurements with the SRI. The sampling method, there is not. Go away. We had some discussion yesterday. Well, maybe field work is still present, because perhaps an on-site walk around, even maybe with some photo evidence to go on the report, is not a bad idea. But it depends on how you define data collection. If that's part of data collection, then you don't need the field work. But maybe we want to give our assessors to put in their mind, going and doing a physical inspection is also a good thing. It can be done remote, but it can also maybe be done in a different way with field work, and that's still to be discussed. And then there is the analysis and the final report. So in big terms, these are the steps proposed. And then step by step, the SRI audit procedure becomes preliminary contact, defining the objectives and scope, a startup meeting, accommodating the key personnel and finalized site visits, data collection, documentation of the parameters that affect the SRI, analysis across the Smart Ready services, final reporting, and a final meeting. and then we need to talk more about field work, or the work is now ongoing. So this is not a decision, this is the start point as a proposition for the standardization activity to be discussed. This can be drawn into a flow diagram to show a visibility of the Smart Ready services. And we can provide the assessors with some tools to make their job more structured or easier. So an audit template designed for efficient data recording with input spaces and tick boxes. It could streamline the eventual entry into the Excel or to the calculation engine tool that one is using, as we heard about tools being developed. Template structure, domain sections, building information entry. And what would those audit templates look like? Like this. This is not all. These are some screenshots. There's 5 or 6 pages that just transcribe or make visual the Excel SRI assessment checklist in this format. And when I did the interview of our young Marine assessor and she saw that, she was like, oh, if I had had that, it would have been easier to learn. And let's go big on one of those. So as you do your on-site inspection, this becomes the process instead of the Excel. As one proposition. So with that, remember the focus of this workshop was to present some of our work and get your feedback. So maybe I go back to that one, or we can also remember that one and ask for feedback from our panel, because I think in your projects, you're also doing some of this work. So one of my first questions would be, how are you approaching this work for in-site audit inspections? And remember, we have the part A and B. This is the part B. This is the on-site inspection, the more detailed. So the tool does give us hints about typologies and how to do it. This is the part B. So does anyone want to start with the work they're doing in their projects? Okay. Federico, please jump in.
Thank you. So hi everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. Not yet. Yeah. No. Okay. Thank you. So I'm Federico Garcia from URAC Research, and I'm here on behalf of Build On project, which is just started and then aims to deliver affordable and easy to install smart services in building. But here I wanted to bring also an experience that we've been collecting in the last years as a research institution connected to the topic that Thomas just showed. And then in a project, we have been doing the assessment of around 70 buildings. And then we have been interviewing quite intensively building designers, technicians, and other stakeholders involved in the assessment. And one of the main points that came up during these interviews was exactly focused on training and knowledge. And in order to answer the questions related to how can we help assessors, we have seen that there are 2 aspects of training that should be taken into consideration. One is the one that we have been seeing now about how to help assessors to understand the services and the different functionality levels, for example, with the template that we've been seeing now. But also, since the SRI is and the ultimate scope is to promote smart technologies in building, the idea would be also to provide training to the assessors in order to correctly help building users to evaluate which are the improvements that can be suggested, provided that we have been calculating an SRI index after the assessment. So on the one hand, help the assessor understand what they are looking to, so the services and how to properly count them in the SRI assessment, but also how they can be helpful for the client and the building owner to propose how to improve the smartness of the building. So again, towards knowledge and training in order to support as much as possible, since what we've been collecting back then, obviously this is a project that was 2 years ago. We didn't have the support team providing a lot of valuable information that we are seeing this morning, but still one of the main concerns was about this aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. And Andrea, I think you wanted to.
Thank you, Tom. Really a pleasure to be here today. It's not bad to have so many panelists. They say 3 max 4, but I really appreciate the richness because I'm sure the points of view we will discuss about are quite complementary and supportive. So I'm here with my EPB Center hat on. I'm representing a newly started project, IEPB. It's part of the new generation, I would say, of projects that are dealing with EPC and SRI. We have here, of course, Cecile, that already spoke for Smart EPC, and also Georg from Tunes. And if we look now at specifically what we see on in IEPB, so we just started last year in October, so we don't necessarily have results, but our approach in the project is to not look at SRI as a standalone exercise, like you also presented in the case study that we started the session with, but to integrate it because it stems from the EPBD. So in the directive, you don't just have EPC or SRI, you have quite a few policy instruments. And of course, from a policy point of view, you can look at them individually, you can research them individually, but in reality, it's all in the same building. So what we support and we will investigate how this can be done in IEPB is how can you facilitate the integration of these assessments as a process. Of course, you have digital tools now. What Tom showed on screen, of course, we need to, if you standardize things, you need such a list. But then if you have a tool, and this was shown earlier, I mean, the whole process goes even easier. But think how many visits you have in a building. We have technical inspections for heating and cooling systems. In some countries, you have ventilation already that are a bit ahead of the EPBD. Those will come as the EPBD looks. Let's see how the vote goes next week, fingers crossed. But if you have these entry points when people come in a building and they assess an EPC, like Cecile said, well, you can do the SRI immediately in the process. So if we can integrate this, I'm not saying that Smart Square should do this now. I mean, but in a wider perspective, if we go into standardizing assessments, energy audits, EPCs, SRI, maybe there could be some coherence with everything that stems from EPBD at least, but you also have sustainability because when a person visits a building, it's a gold mine that they are there. We did hear the assessment for the SRI. I mean, you collect a lot of data in a short period of time, but you need to be trained how to collect. You need to have a standardized approach, and then everything goes smoothly with the tool. So this is our feedback that as long as you have a starting point and what you are doing is great, but then if we also integrate it, this would make it easier in real life, irrespective of residential, non-residential. Because then the owner or the tenant, they would see that they get effectiveness and holistic outcome, not just bits and pieces, another label, another, no, it all fits for a purpose. And these are means to an end. It's not the purpose to have, as Mr. John was saying, a good SRI. I mean, you have the SRI for you to improve. And Antonella was saying, ongoing commissioning. So this is, we always need to continuously improve. So stop that. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Please. George.
Thank you. Georg Vogt from Kirika, the Tunes projects. As a warning, I'm not an engineer. So maybe one of you here. Yeah, I'm The first project is on a technical project. Obviously, we are from the policy directive perspective, and I would second what Andre just said. It's not like we're coming from here and immediately jumps to all the building owners and they use it and the EPC assessors. There are also 27 member states through which we need to go. We need to transpose it, we need to implement it, do it in a way with convictions so that the impact ultimately is being achieved. And for them, at first, it looks like this is another thing I need to do, another thing I need to put onto my citizens. I do it in the least effortful way. You know, we need to avoid such a situation. So hence integration is important and improving the impact. How can we do that? We can show the benefits. We already agreed before, I guess, that it's hard to calculate the code difference and so on is still partially unknown. So research is being done. And the second thing is reducing cost. Reducing cost means by increasing efficiency in the sense that data which is already there or has been there is utilized. So in this process, you've shown there could be also a step, like a drop step, where data from audits, from PCs before, is basically being pulled in, utilized to a degree possible, and maybe some boxes filled automatically. Yeah, they obviously human oversight, the AI world by now is necessary. Someone needs to check it, someone needs to be able to validate it that it's still true or may have changed. But SRI as it is and as well designed as it is, could maybe be something which drops out of other processes. It does not need to be an island which always has to be visited by itself.
And had we achieved the aspiration of the digital building logbook and had an EPC and all three of them could talk together, what if? Please, we
just as a follow-up comment from the experience. A follow-up comment on the experience from the SRI NAC. To begin with, I'm Apostolis Arsenopoulos from National Technical University of Athens, and I'm a representative of the SRI NAC project. So the main problem that we identified based on our interaction with the building users, the building owners, the facility managers, and so on, as well as the auditors, is that the development of a template or a standardized process such as the one described, of course, it is really important, and congratulations to the whole team for developing it. But what we encountered is a problem for the auditors and everyone involved to understand in-depth understanding of its Smart Ready service that is provided in the catalog. So it's one thing to tick the functionality level. It's also a part of the process to identify the functionality level. It's a quite simple process to tell someone identify this, but it's quite difficult in real life application to identify the functionality level because there is a Smart Ready catalog, the Smart Ready services. Some of them include aspects like reporting of the energy consumption of the building and so on, which is quite simple for everyone and everyone can tick the respective functionality level. But there are some actions, Smart Ready services, for example, if I remember well, if the turbines in the heating system for providing heating are the same or parallel or something like this, which is quite difficult even for us. We are engineers, and it's difficult even for us to understand what do we mean by that, especially for the users and everyone that's not familiar to this concept. So in this whole standardized process, based on our experience, there should be developed a set of, let's say, smart questions. This is the way that they pose this request to us, that an auditor or a building user or facility manager or every interested body should be able to answer, and based on this question, for example, to be able to understand the functionality level of a service, because there are difficulties in everyone to understand the focal point of the services, and as of this, the final SRI scores won't be credible and solid, and they won't be exploitable to tell the truth. So this is the experience that we gained from the SRI Act. We had difficulties in letting everyone understand the focal point of the smart ready services. There are some that are quite simple, some that are difficult to understand. And based on this difficulty, at least at this first stage of the assessments, we have conducted only a few assessments, but having reassessed the same buildings after the first assessment, we found out that the results are not credible, and the main problem behind this lies in the fact that not all smart ready services in the smart catalog are understandable to everyone. So to sum up, this whole standardized process should be enhanced, let's say, with something like smart questions that will be allocated to each service, maybe to its functionality level, and everyone should be able to answer if we want to elicit credible results and exploitable results. That's it.
Thank you. Very good comments. And I think what you're saying is any simple tool that we provide must have the supporting mechanism to provide support. So if I'm the BRIAM protocol, I have 100-page technical guidelines. If I'm an online tool, then I need a help window or a, not chatbot, but access to get the definitions and the things we need. Dimitri, you had
Thanks a lot. I fully agree with Apostolis, and I actually wanted to follow up on this, let's say, thought. So first of all, I'm Dimitris Athanasiou, and I'm from ICP, the Institute for European and Climate Policies, which is the coordinator of the SRI market project, one of the 4 SRI projects of the SRI cluster. So I fully agree with Apostolis that we really, I mean, we don't necessarily have to oversimplify things with all these standardized procedures, exactly because almost all buildings are different. So we think that, okay, we have a residential, we have a home, an apartment. In most of the cases, buildings are not the same. And yes, there are many different systems. Maybe there are also some things that we cannot even understand, how they build it or whatever. And what I'm trying to say is that we need to also make an effort to preserve the reliability of the whole process. We have the experience of the EPCs and other certification systems, and we can at least see what worked and what not. We can build on good examples and bad experiences from other certification systems and make sure that, okay, we don't make the same mistakes again. Which leads me to another very important issue of the process. It's not a technical, let's say, issue, but I'm trying to say that even if we have the best tool, the best learning material, the best system, the standardized approach, we also need to, governments needs to make sure that the control system, the monitor system also works. So they have to put in place all these different, let's say, systems or regulations, but also real monitoring systems in place to make sure that yes, the result is realistic, and we don't have, let's say, fake results, as in some cases we hear about fake EPCs or this kind of manipulation approaches. It's a big discussion, but I think we also need to put it in the overall algorithm, in order to make sure that the full system works well. So policy is also important there. The system, the system that national authorities have to do. And the final comment is that I think all projects, but in the SRI market, we also support the policies to better implement this the SRI when the time comes. On the pilot phases, this is the scope, the test phases.
But I think it is also important to support the authorities to do so. I cannot escape my policy background, so.
Yes, we have a follow-up?
I just wanted a very quick reaction on what Apostoli said. I did my first SRI assessment in 2019 with a spreadsheet, and it was for a non-residential building. I talked to the building operator, and the way I talked to him and the way I talked today this morning with the people here is so different. So what I wanted to say is that there is a learning curve. So there is a wording in the checklist and directive, national transposition. I don't think we need to change that. It's there, it's good. But the way we interact as humans, of course, it's each auditor's, assessor's role to adjust to the competences and the knowledge of the other person. And people are smart, as Paul said. It's amazing. We have confirmed what you said in some other companies. So people actually want this information. They understand it. I was surprised sometimes, laypersons. I mean, we are in this digital age anyhow, so maybe that's supporting. But what I want to close as a point is that the more you do this, the more you know how to relate to people, and people always need another human. I mean, I know self-assessment is a thing, but ultimately, if you want something credible, as you said, you need a sort of coach, I would say. We have a doctor for our bodies. We have a mechanic for our cars. For buildings, do we have such a professional that we ask for advice? Like a person you trust that doesn't have a financial interest to sell you something like that. I imagine like in IAPB, if we can integrate all these processes and you could have such a professional that would be your coach, your guidance, then magic would happen.
And I really appreciate the call for non-oversimplification. And I would note that our doctors do get paid. So now with, putting on my consultant hat, and remembering the remark from our project officer yesterday at our project meeting, that the commission is actually intending the SRI to be a market business opportunity driver. It's not that it should not create economic activity. So if I hear calls for non-oversimplification, that's great, because I want to spend more time assessing your building. But I think it's also equally true, if I think of the EPC in the individual home, you can't charge 10,000 euro consulting to make an SRI. So that's where I think maybe the tools, the methods, the communication, the language may not be the same for every building. And of course, then the quality of who does it, the free markets always decide in things like this.
It's a balance.
Yes. So, Dimos, I started talking, but it's probably your turn.
So, Dimos Ioannidis from CERT, from Greece. We took the last three speakers from the panel were from Greece. I come here with two projects, Easy SRI and Smart Living EPC. One is Easy SRI is one of the 4 clusters. What I want to say is that we see very positive the ongoing methodology approach for the SRI and the audit certificates. As we, in our project, we are trying to harmonize the data model or the core engine that will be now transformed from the Excel file to digital transformation, which is very important to ensure interoperability, accurate and reliable estimations based on the versions of the Excel that we have seen in the last years. Okay, so this is very important. We are trying to harmonize this. We are leading this part in this live project, and we'll try to do something tangible in the next few months on that. This is one part. The other is that from the case studies, it seems that there is a business potential. I will say something from Greece, something that you may find interesting. First of all, we have some transformation for hotels in Greece now that they want to create renovation buildings or new design, new expansions, and there somehow the ones that are at the regional funds put in context somewhere that we need to have smart innovations inside or something that can assess it, and through clusters that can provide these services. And then it came in our place. We have also in Smart Living EPC a cluster from Greece. It's called DZEP. It's also in Smart Square, if I remember well, where we will do this SRI assessment. So they will get funding only if they will have also assessed for SRI. So this is very important. So
incentivization in terms of regional funds can also promote the further, let's say, acceleration to the use of the SRI also in other countries. That's from one perspective. And the other, I would say, for instance, we have an engine in Greece for the energy performance certificate. If I tell you that there are two platforms that produce different results, this is a common problem as of today. And this means not only there are different domains that we assess in EPC, but in the end you have some indicators. The same tool, the same engine provides in two different platforms some different indicators. We have seen that, and we are trying now to solve it with the technical chamber of Greece, because we have to demonstrate and authenticate, authorize our tool, but we do not provide the same between two tools. So this is very important. That's from my side for the moment, and we are trying also in Smart Living EPC going one further step from harmonization. We are going also to how to apply this policy level in the neighborhood level. So this means that the interventions will come in place, and we need to aggregate these SRIs to more aggregated level in the district level, so that knows municipalities and other stakeholders how to apply new renovations or new expansions of new buildings, and to know the smartness of their buildings. And this is very important. And finally, with that, our utilities in Greece now, they're putting 4 kinds of building systems and tariffs. One of them is with smart metering and flexibility that can come from, so you need to have the SRI there, okay, the domains that are reflecting for that. So we need to speed up. That's from my side.
Very good, thank you. We have, Sammy, we'll get you in one moment. We have a question that comes from online, and I embrace that because they don't have the benefit of taking the coffee and being with us today. So let's address this online question. What are the business models to accompany the SRI assessment? How to make pay the building owners for the SRI audits of their buildings? For the moment, nobody wants to pay for this assessment, or at least in France. Do we have any French panel experts?
Yes, I'm the French one. So yeah, my first impression is that I think the business is not in the establishment of the SRI. It's more in all what can be triggered by the SRI, whether it's good or bad. If it's bad, I mean, we should stop to say good or bad first. I think it's a certain like percentage. If you have like a low percentage, means that there is room for improvement, which is great. I mean, you have plenty of options, technical options in front of you, and here I think is a business. All these technical provider, installers, and being at R2M, we install smart solutions like Polybox AI. I'm in charge of this for R2M France, and we know that a lot of integration services goes with this installation of smart solution and so on. So I think the business is really huge after the SRI is established, and this couple of hundreds of euros that are asked, maybe 200, 300, to do this quite really simple SRI assessment for the moment. When you show it on the screen, it's like it's a kind of like status, absence or presence of a certain level of functionality or service and so on. It's kind of simple. So a few, couple of €100 are available there for one who spend a few hours in the building. And I think it's not where we should focus our attention. We should really take a bit of like distance and look at all this business that can be developed once the result is there and there is a plan to improve the situation. In France as well, is valid. This reasoning.
Thank you for that. Please, Dimitris.
Thank you, and I'm really happy to be here. My name is Dimitris Dimos. I'm a project manager in IES, and we coordinate IPCAM project, which is software as a service to improve the energy efficiency and comfort in your building. So what we claim in this project is, if you have a smart meter and a smart thermostat in your building, we can help you to reduce your energy consumption by 10%.
So that's a business model without even calculating the SRI. But your SRI improves if you install that devices in your building. And another point that I want to highlight was about the audits. So if we go back to the audit process, I might make an comment. So I can make it later. I don't know how you.
This one or?
Yeah. So my experience, not for the flowchart, my experience from energy audits through the EU project, where we usually have pilots, where we go to the pilots, calculate, make on-site visits, we do data collection. There's a problem in every step in this process. Even in the preliminary contact, it's so hard to find who is the person to contact in the building, who is responsible, who gives you the answer. So many emails exchange. The weeks are passing without having any data. And even there is another thing, the confidence level of the data that someone provides to you. Because we've seen, because we, in our core business, we develop energy models, and we try to calibrate the energy models to behave as the real building, as digital twins. And we realize that we are far from the reality that the real building behaves like this. Our energy model behaves, so as a simulation results way off. But we realize that it's not our problem. I mean, there is a problem with the data that we get from the building. So sometimes we don't find accurate data given to us. And a final point I want to make, and I pass the floor to someone else, is that in the energy audits, we face other problems like one room has an air conditioning. Okay, we take it. The other room has another system that is, they control it using an automated system. Okay, so what would be the SRI for that building? Or there are multiple owners in the building. We have a pilot, 8 floors, and the 2 floors are of one owner, where we can go and calculate the SRI. What happens to the other floors? So these are, I just wanted to make you think of all these problems and maybe trigger another discussion. And happy that we have questions from online, and I hope that I answered to that in my first point with the business model that we found out that we need a high SRI to deploy our solutions, and our solution would bring you energy savings. And through energy savings, we can monetize them and fund even more energy retrofits to your building. And hopefully you can reach decarbonization of your building after a few years. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you, Dimitris. That's a great point. One might say, I can use that business model without an SRI. I don't need the SRI to tell me to do the things you said, but I would then reflect on the comment we heard from a previous panel. If I'm an asset manager and then I understand my SRI and I have to decide tomorrow where my money can make the best benefit, then I know which buildings I go to reach out. So it does connect very nicely. Sammy, please.
Yeah, I think I'll be the 5th Greek speaker today. So I'm Sam Yusuf. I'm coming from Greece as well. A Greek-based company called Q Technologies. I'm here on behalf of Chronicle. So I'll be standing on 3 points that we mentioned today. So one thing is that all the colleagues, and I fully agree with, is that calculating an SRI is a very difficult process. And then the other point is digitalization, of course, and templates that we saw. So what we are doing in Chronicle, of course, in parallel with the more traditional way of getting an SRI, is we are trying, and we have missed this from today's meeting, we are trying to enable the use of building information modeling data, of BIM data. So using open BIM standards, like in our case, the IFC, the Industry Foundation classes from the Building Smart, is actually a huge framework that practically describes all the objects within the built environment. Sometimes This description is not enough, and in particular in our case for the SI calculation, it's not enough to have all the attributes necessary to get the template that we just saw into a digitized version of it, into a BIM authoring tool, and be able to, just like that, describe and get a fully described description of the SI. So what we are trying to do in Chronicle is we start with 4 domains, heating, cooling, domestic hot water, and electricity. And exactly as you showed this template, we are trying to digitize this and enter this kind of information within the BIM itself. So it's either the BIM modeler or the auditor is trying to put this information and then afterwards, just by clicking yes or no, it's a Boolean question. We say yes or no, does this exist or not? Then afterwards, this is passes on to an IFC, and then we aim to have an automatic extraction of the SRI calculation. And even in the cases, maybe if I understood correctly, Dimitris just mentioned, if, for instance, we have a change of the SRI only in one apartment, but not in the entire building, then automatically this process can get past the IFC file, get the information only related to that building, and automatically get the SI for the whole building. Of course, as I mentioned, this comes with a lot of issues. Myself, I had to go step by step, and I felt like an auditor and assessor. I would try to understand in order to award a level for a certain functionality in a certain service, what are the steps, what are the ticks I have to say, okay, I have yes here, and no here. Okay, what do I do then? Do I award the level or not? That's the process that we are dealing with in Chronicle. I would like to hear your thoughts about it. If any, and of course, yeah.
Okay. Well, I would like to answer the question referred to the business. I think is there already a business in place? Actually, it's a huge business. I like to call this business ESG, assessment and reporting. And today I think we need to, consider that the digital solution together, sustainable solution, can be represented by SRI, because this embodied actually both strategies. And I'd like to make like 3 disruptive questions now. And I wrote before, what if SRI could be used to reduce emissions so that to improve energy classes of SPC? But I'm just saying this because what if I'm not able to use a proper way a class building? I mean, I make this example. I'm an Italian and I'm looking to automotive industry. I think to a Ferrari. What if I have a Ferrari? I'm not able to drive a Ferrari. What if I have a class A building and not able to use in a proper way a class A building? And then if I have a SRI that make me aware to use in a good way, I could have also good performances to lower the carbon footprint. And this could be also with a method GC of the SRI allowed in the future. This is kind of dream, but I'm making this question to the audience.
Thank you. After this, I'm not sure whether I fully agree with that. Principle, something CC said before, I don't know whether I fully understood it correctly or also you, is that if we see SRI as a solution, showing up solutions, what would you do to progress? Yes, there could be the business model that basically not the building owner pays, but whoever comes and does the SRI pays. It's like going to an optician and giving a free eye test to selling glasses. Yeah? But this might imply that there are other people then doing these certificates, which you need to accept as a regulator. That it is businesses, companies doing this, and not the typical EPC guys, audit guys who have been doing it for the past 20 years. I say this only to basically not exclude it in policy. Yeah, if this is a good way, if this is something we believe to be a promising way of many SRIs being done, and consequently many actions being realized, so the impact has been created, that we don't kill it off early.
Very thought-provoking. Thank you.
Just well, on the value proposition and hence the business models, there's been a lot already said throughout the day. There are actually a lot of different value propositions and business models. It's quite a complicated ecology when you look at it. And I think there was even it was the topic of the working group that there were three in the under the previous platform that was looking at some of these issues, and a number of issues have been raised, or opportunities and instances have been raised today where it's clear that there could be a lot more mapping to this. But also to answer the comment online, at the moment the SRI is not rolled out officially in any member state. You cannot get an SRI certification. Self-assessment, you can take part in the test phase when it's happening. It isn't yet there, but when it is there, then the business model will start to emerge, I think, because it will become a lot clearer, more concrete. People will see it and say, oh, yes, okay, there's this connection, and now I get it, or whatever. But I did want to raise a couple of points about the audit procedure and process, which have kind of been alluded to by various comments people made. One of them is the reproducibility question, which is if a different assessor goes in and does an assessment, will they get the same result? And this relates to the ease of doing the assessment and understanding what the assessment is. And so obviously there's a competency question for the assessors, but I think that's fairly straightforward to address. It's more about making sure it is clear that if under this circumstance you encounter so-and-so, then what you should be interpreting that is X, and I think from all of the different experiences that people are having in this project, it would be incredibly helpful if there was this identification of the particular functionalities and services where there were some problems, because then there could be remedial action put in place to then identify, okay, how do you make this clear? What are the cases encountered? That, to me, this would be the real value of doing test spaces, to be honest. It's sort of, you would get that insight out of it. And if that data was shared, then we could really make improvements in the actual implementation side. Another side is the data collection processes. Now, this has definitely been alluded to by several of the remarks made. There's different ways you can collect data. So you can literally go in and do your visual inspection. You can look at old written logbooks. You can look at manuals. I'm looking at old school style. These things exist. It's evidential material. You can have right up to your digital twin, where you actually have all of this information, your building passport, and all the other more sophisticated levels of data. You can take this data through being submitted electronically in some form. You can have photographic evidence which should be submitted electronically. You then need to have processes in each of these cases for recognizing what kind of data you've got, recognizing how to process it, and then recognizing what that does tell you and what it doesn't tell you. Because the next part, which I think was missing from your audit circle or procedure, the list you have there, actually go to it's probably easier to, is the validation, basically. Because it's one thing to do an SRI assessment, a self-assessment, or a quality, but it could be done by somebody who's very qualified and exactly what they're doing. But for it to actually have validity in the marketplace, it needs to be validated. And so there are different options of how you go about validation. And I think the audit steps need to put that in. So you need to consider what they're going to be, and then articulate pathways for doing them. And then we trade-offs, as inevitably. There's got to be some sort of, and this is maybe where differentiation does come in by the type of building. Because the level of evidential information that you need can vary, and your relative tolerance on how it could vary, and your level of validation could vary, depending on that. And one last point, which hasn't been directly mentioned, but it does go back to this quality of buildings issue, is the coverage of the smartness across the building. Because the bigger the building, the more likely you're going to have diverse levels of smartness, the different functionalities across that domain or that building space. And it's an area where there needs to be more work, I think, in kind of clarifying that, especially as the consideration is to begin with the big buildings, which are actually going to have high value added for doing this, but also those kind of issues to be confronted to some degree. So I just want to put those on in the thought decision making process.
Excellent points, actually, and I really appreciate the points related to, we need to find the sticking points. We should think ESG because due diligence, the big markets are moving on those. We need to bring these concepts to them. Very good points. Maybe we could find some sticking points. We have 40 minutes left. We're not going to take all of them. Maybe we just take 10 minutes and see one of these tools that nobody wants to see and try it real quick. Marco, if you could come up and let's see if we can demonstrate one method for an online tool. So we'll demonstrate the software tool that's been developed now within the Smart Square project, which does different things. And as we go out to our pilots, as Demetrius was saying, maybe it's not just computer, it's this one. That's I'm tricking. Maybe we could, like we did today at lunch, we issued the SRI certificate score for this building. Now the comment knows they have a 49% SRI, and maybe they get the printed piece of paper with the different waves that is reported. But we could also do that in our project pilots. So each time we have a pilot, it's another thing that from the European Commission would come to them and just be a result. How could you do that? You could use the assessment checklist. You could use something like this that will demonstrate potentially. Now, you can do this as well at the link we no longer show you, which is Smart Square Platform. .azurewebsites.net. That API will change next week. We had a couple problems with that provider, and we're going to change to a better one. And when one goes to this website, the first you went fast because did you do the login screen?
Yes, we already did a lot.
Can we go back to that? I think we already said, yes, when you get there, this is the home page. It looks like this. And then you have to create an account. So the first time you come here, you say, on my email, I select a password, then you get an email, and you have to validate that, and then you log in, like everything else online. And when you log in, then you get to the inner level homepage, which we were just at. So now if we sign in. Did I just ruin everything? Good. And within this software, there are different ways in the different tools you can use. You can do the method A, the method B. There's even a method to do a call center approach. It's the most simple, so it's the one we're going to do now. It's like I'm calling you on, and we're going to do an SRI together. And I'm your coach, and let's talk through this together. And what are we about to see? A scientific paper will be published. The team worked on this, led by Paris, in a very elegant way to reduce the checklist into a set of 19 questions. And those results will be published, and you'll be able to see that. So that's what we're going to work through now, that if in normal language we talk to people with 19 questions, we can then bring that to an SRI assessment. And there's a very, very nice mapping that he's done for that. I won't explain that, and he will publish that. But that's what's driving what we're about to do. So if we have a call center, we can create a new project. And I think what we'll do is I will call our panelists, or maybe you, and we'll just have the building that's a soup of all of us. And as we went through this, we are also bound to follow the checklist. So we don't have the freedom to invent our own interpretation of the assessment checklist. And as we even did this in our project yesterday, we came to some things that made us uncomfortable because we didn't know how to answer it. So maybe we do this for, I don't know, you in an office building? Or where do you work? What's the name of your building? Let's
Into the MIE building.
The which building?
Maison des Associations Internationales.
Riva. We work in Riva.
Disclaimer, it's not so small.
But we'll mix up the questions a little bit. And then you have the email address with it, Mark, and you can just send it to your email address. That's fine.
series in this,
Step by step.
So this is the administrative data. And the Riva headquarters is non-residential, I think. And let's drop down. There's a location. I see Cyprus.
No, it's in Brussels, Belgium.
Okay, and then what we have to do is select, what do you have in your building? So that it knows which questions to ask you. If you don't have an EV charger, then you don't get asked those questions. So do we have heating there?
Yes.
Yes, I was there myself. We had even plug-in heating, which is a problem because that's different than the central heating, the plug-in heating, and which system do I evaluate? Fine. Cooling?
No.
No. Lighting? Yes. Electricity? Yes. Monitoring and control. And we had the discussion yesterday, if I'm a home, what is monitoring and control? And how would I talk someone through that on a call center scenario? It's not always so simple. Domestic hot water? Ventilation? No. Dynamic envelope?
No.
And EV charging?
No.
This is not punishment, and I meant to pick different people, but now we're on the read. I apologize.
It's a building, it's an iconic building, it's built in the 50s, like, just to give
Very
some
good.
context.
So how is the heating system in your building currently controlled? Please select the most appropriate option from the following. Do you have individual room control, no automatic control, central automatic control? Individual control of communication?
No.
No automatic control. And many of the assessments are just like this because this is in real life. How do you currently control your heat generator? Number 4. No. Number 13. How do you currently control your heat generator or heating system? And do you have any hot water storage in place? So if you have a heat pump, you're to the left, all except heat pumps in the middle, storage to the right. Andrea, do you have central heating or?
Yeah, it's the central, and it's not the heat pump, so it's constant.
Constant temperature control.
And no storage.
And no storage. And I think if I was talking to someone for the first time, probably then you would need a little bit of discussion on these options. Number 4, how do you receive performance reports for your heating system? Please select the most appropriate option from the following list. Performance reports, and even there, what is a performance report? But I know if I get nothing, it's easy. I don't get anything. You did nothing. Well, then we got the right box.
Maybe the bill.
Only that.
But for the
The system, not the.
Yeah.
and it's performed. Number 6, how do you receive reports on your domestic hot water systems performance? Please select the most. Oh, I'm sorry. Number 5. How do you control your domestic hot water? Please select the most suitable option.
On off.
On off, thank you. Good. 6 of 19. We're making good progress. How do you receive reports about your domestic hot water systems performance? None. How is your cooling system controlled? Please select the most suitable.
There is no cooling.
No cooling. So it's automatically ticked for you. And I struggled at my place because I have the air conditioner I installed, which is different than the radiator system. So then you have to think about which system am I assessing. Number 8, how do you control your cooling? It's not there because you don't have it. Number 9, oh, this is great. Don't have it. Number 10, you don't have it. It's going to be removed. How do you control your lighting? You had lighting.
Yes.
Is it
Manual.
an on and off switch, or do you have manual on and off? How do you control your windows? No, we don't have those. Number 13, how do you receive reports? No, we don't have no. How do you receive reports on your electricity in your building? including generation, consumption, and storage. Generation, do you have any generation assets?
No.
Okay. And then for consumption, do you receive any reports? Do you get building level, like your energy bill?
Yeah, so the second option. And I would consider that to be the energy bill, because there you see at building level, what's the consumption. Not more details.
Thank you. Number 15, how do you manage electricity storage in your building? No storage, none. EV 16, already talked because we don't have that. EV 17, don't have that. 18, how do you receive? How do you receive central reporting for your building's energy use? How related to the PMS? Okay, so we do not have it. How do you integrate your building with the smart grid for energy management? We don't have that. And number 20, I promised 19 questions, but it's 20. Do you have a platform for automated control of your buildings? Yes. No. So now we can submit. Are you sure?
Well,
very well.
My coach, are you sure?
Yes. And now, since we did some the other day, we did Tom's house, Marco's house. Now we have the RIB office, and if I'm an assessor, look, I have my past assessments there in my online database, and we can pull up the report and. The answers yesterday were typically 9:15. The 1% makes me wonder, really? But no, this is good. Let's look at. Why did we get one? And then we can send this to an email. And there were a couple bugs last night, so this makes me question. Maybe it is 1%. But I think what we did is we got a flavor that it could be possible to call someone and have this type of conversation with a tool for a certain type of building in a certain scenario, and probably a complicated building is not the correct one. But this is a result now of the project that is in progress. It's not finished. But when it is finished, the project has the aspiration and contractual commitment, if we follow the grant agreement, to get 10,000 SRI certificates. And we have a plan to do that. And what if we could map in general, the smartness of a location, would that be valuable to policymakers or anyone else? So when we saw this morning, or when I see the difference in the testing phases of 5 buildings, and we're taking weeks to do it, and then I see other researchers working on tools with the aspiration to get 10,000, I only see that there's a difference between 5 and 10,000. And I understand this is a completely different, this is method A, simplified for a specific purpose. Not that it's right or wrong, it's a tool to have an outcome. So at the moment, this exists and we're working on it. So now we can switch back, please, to the presentation. And we don't have our software developers with us today, but I would still give them a round of applause for and we're going to switch back to the presentation. And before we close the session, are there any questions or feedback on today's workshop that we would like to treat before we close the day?
If I may,
please.
We do. Just to comment on this demonstration, I mean, it has been funny. I mean, the tool looks nice. What I would advise is to pick the building in advance. Because no, but I guess it's kind of representative of the buildings that there are in Brussels. And actually, what's interesting is not the 1%, it's not the G class or how bad the building is. What's important is what could be done in order to improve the score. And I guess that we will be surprised to see that with minimum investments, it would be easy to significantly, especially for this building, improve the smart readiness score. And I don't know where Paris is.
You had to catch a train.
Okay, so but Paris, I mean, they're working in his project, you know, on a methodology in order to assess what cost optimal investment would be, which means the investments that would lead you to the best smart readiness improvements with, you know, investments that are reasonable in terms of significance. And I guess this is the right approach. So, well, 1%, you can do better. And so I guess we can take an appointment for the next event and for us to have some feedback on the smart readiness improvement of the river building under the supervision, steering, leadership of Omar. Thank you.
So in closing remarks, even 25 minutes early, we have extra time for networking and refreshments. So we're passionate about the SRI. With a little work and clever positioning, we can accelerate the uptake of the Smart Readiness Indicator. Smart Squared in each of the projects assembled today, all of the ones upstairs, and the stakeholders in the room are doing great things. Please reach out and join us and contact these projects and engage. So in closing, a big thank you to each of our experts for this workshop, and then to the SRI support team for organizing the event today. Shania, DG Energy, the assembled projects, community members, and online participants as well. Everybody in the room, the stakeholders. You know, we came together today for a purpose, to spend this time together. I hope it's been informative. I hope it's been useful. And thanks for that. And with that, we close the SRI day here that we've had.